Oh, oh boy, Azzy is here. I know he's gonna have stuff to say. Azzy, what up, buddy?
Dylan Bums TV, bro.
Dylan Bumpy.
Dylan Bums TV. You on his own server. See, I'm sorry, Prime. I'm sorry because I thought it was you, so I need to apologize right
Definitely
now.
was not me. I can assure you that. It was not me. I wouldn't have done
The
that to you.
man rigged his own race, and everyone in chat fell for the Burger King Uncle Sam bit.
Um,
Did you guys see his face?
could we, could you guys turn on your cameras? Cameras, please. Cameras, everyone. That's quite helpful when you do that.
Oh my goodness.
Uh,
Hold on. No, this will not stand. This will not stand.
Oh boy. If you need a room to vent, I will definitely give you the opportunity to vent. And please, cameras, everyone.
Hold
I don't,
on, hold on.
I
I
don't
got
see
you.
anyone's camera. So.
Oh my goodness. my oh my god. I never what
Okay.
was hold on. Let me something to say to Dylan. I got something to say to Dylan.
Do you?
Hold on, let me is my camera on? Oh my goodness. A setup. I thought it was weird. Was this scripts? Scripts? Was it scripted?
No, it wasn't scripted.
So how in the world did this end up in his Prime? Explain. I just don't understand. How does it every week it's always in your, but then this one week it's in his and he wins?
Well, he because because he had a problem last week. Looks like we got some cameras coming on, but 1 second. I've got something for you. I'm gonna send you something Azzy. Something you're gonna probably hold on to, I'm sure.
Well, let this be a lesson. We will never don't oh no, I can't believe it.
Okay.
He hired ninjas to put a hit on Jack, silence GSU while he's speaking, the last standing POC on the panel. Then he tried to use a white privilege. He tried to use a white privilege narrative against Rose. Of all the things to say,
cameras if you got them. Cameras if you got them. Please turn on them cameras. It'd be quite useful if you did.
I do not. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I'm gonna send something to you, buddy. And it's gonna make you highly upset, but let's see. Okay, all right.
What else could make me more infuriated than what I am right now, bro?
Oh shit.
Please don't make my I got high blood pressure in the family. Don't kill me tonight, Prime.
Okay. Oh, hold on 1 second. Okay. Here we go.
See, and Small Fox, I need to apologize. See, I was saying some things about you about controlling the narrative. Never have I ever experienced some back. It was just terrible the way he just silenced us midstream, shouted us down.
Look, I just needed a good reason to give Prime my money, so like getting somebody muted, that was all it was for. I need something back. It's a barter system, okay? I give Prime my money and he does something for me. It was a good system, I felt like.
After tonight, Swanfuck, silence anybody and everybody. Look, just go crazy, bro. Just kill them all, bro.
It's in it's in chat. It's in so I've sent it to you. Not in chat, so it's in your DMs. I'm sorry, buddy. It's rough.
Should I be like Destiny and expose the DMs?
You can if you want.
Oh yeah, Azzy, when you were shitting on my mic the other day, I was using my webcam instead of my microphone. So like the more closer I moved it wasn't doing nothing. I felt so special beats at the end of that night.
So it is what it is, okay? It is what it is, all right? So we'll be moving on. Hey, Dylan Burns, thanks for being here. Yeah, Azzy is extremely upset at you.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. My first prime time scarred completely, bro. Traumatized. I'm thinking, oh, this is gonna be hunky dory. Everybody's gonna have fun.
Look,
As you have leverage, I think you should use that leverage now.
but okay. So thanks all for being here. Thanks for stopping by. We'll move forward. And again, guys, exclamation point open if you want to be part of this. Exclamation point open in chat. Let you know how to join. And yeah, so jump on in. We'd love to have you. Thanks for being here, Azzy. Thanks for joining the Prime Time Royale. It was really fun having you there. You're actually a really good competitor, I think. So sucks that it ended up this way, but
I can't believe it, bro.
You'll get over it, my friend. Next,
you know what that is? That's like an Olympic race, right? Everybody's running, and then Dylan pulls out a steel bat and starts cracking our kneecaps from behind us, and then blames us for being small streamers. Do you know how crazy that's? You heard that stupid thing I just said? That's exactly what just happened. He cracked our kneecaps.
Thank you, Danagram, or yeah, right. Thanks for being
Dangram, Danstagram,
Danstagram, yes. Thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate you coming through. Thank you, King of William, one of our rare, but very valuable tier 3 subs. Gotta shout him out. Gotta let you all know when a tier 3 sub is in our presence. Thanks for being around. How you doing, King William? Oh, your sound is crushed. Tier 3 does not buy you great sound. I don't know, like you're really cutting out.
You cap it.
Try disconnecting and reconnecting. All right, try disconnecting and reconnecting.
Really suck.
Yeah. Next we have Infinity. Infinity, thanks for stopping by.
Howdy.
Thanks, Swamp Fox for being here, and Tornado Cone. Thanks for coming back. We've had you here before. I don't think this is the first time seeing you on camera, though. Tornado Cone, you're also having trouble with your video and audio. Well, you're muted in each way, but your
Prime,
video.
I was having
what?
I was having some video issues too, trying to get in. So I don't know if it's Discord or
Tornado. Try disconnecting.
Is that better?
Yeah, the audio, but your video is still pretty choppy. Try disconnecting and reconnecting. Okay. Come right back in.
Dan, what is that arrangement in the background there?
my books.
No, he's talking about the thing behind you. The words.
Oh, my dollar bills.
Your dollar bills. Wow.
Yes.
Do you skate fast?
Skate fast. Eat ass.
Damn.
Okay. Yeah. Hopefully that'll do it. Yeah, Discord's been a little weird. So the reason, so I was trying to tell you, Azzy, the reason why we were using Dylan's Discord was because he couldn't get into mine. He couldn't do it last week either.
He lied.
I don't know.
You trusted him.
I don't know. Look.
That man can get in your Discord.
I don't know. Look.
He lied.
I have no idea.
We believed him.
It's weird. Look, I'll say it's weird. Everything. I'll say it's weird because when Destiny was on the other day, he managed to get on. Just saying. I'm not drawing any conclusions. I'm just saying that that's the evidence.
The worst generation.
Saturday. Yeah.
How could you fall for an enemy pirate tactic like that? You were this close to the One Piece, and now everything is. We're back to square one. You gotta find new. Is this ship safe? Will I get stabbed in the back? What's going on, Prime?
Look. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, man. We just wanted him to be involved. And so we came up with this compromise. It is what it is.
Well, you better cough up some answers, Prime. Because I need some answers.
Okay.
This is
sus.
Unbelievable.
Sus.
Prime, how are you awake right now, man? You said that you got like an hour of sleep. Are you on like game fuel right now?
I'm on that money fuel. If you want to keep me awake, hey, the best way to do that is to sub to the channel, drop some bits, hit up our PayPal or our Patreon. Great way to give me energy. Seriously, that actually does keep me awake. Like, wow, money's coming in. My pants.
Capitalism keeps Prime awake.
I mean, because I want to tear it down. Of course, that's what I want to tear it down, and so it keeps me awake at night. That's how that is. Yeah.
Prime, rest is power. You're losing power if you do not sleep. This is how you got taken over so easily by the bums, by Dylan Bums TV. He came. He saw you were half asleep. He said, hey, he sent you a little bit. Oh, I can't get into your server, Prime. Why don't you do it on mine? Oh, stole everything, bro.
All right.
Stole the wife, the kids.
So okay.
They're
right,
climbing in your windows.
Opening chat if you want to join in. So let's jump into this. So first of all, is there anything in particular that you all want to discuss? It could be a topic that we've covered in the panel previously. You want to jump in there, or something else? Is there anything burning that you all want to discuss?
I think chunky peanut butter is ass.
Sorry, what? What? Chunky? What? What?
I think that chunky peanut butter is ass, and that smooth peanut butter is superior.
Okay.
Wait. Do you disagree?
I don't like peanut butter at all, so I don't care. I despise peanut butter.
Even if you're allergic, there's one correct thing.
Sorry, what? Who else says something?
The Georgia voter bill.
The Georgia voter bill? Oh, the bill. Okay, yeah. You want to talk about that? Okay, sure.
Can we pick something we're not all gonna agree on?
True.
I think it'd be a little nice to talk about it, but maybe not for long, since there's not a whole lot of contention, probably.
So,
well, does anyone disagree with it, or does anyone agree with it? I should say.
I don't know who would agree with that. That's just that's voter suppression. You want to make people.
So what the focus of the conversation was not the bill itself, but what our response should be. So is it right to boycott? Like, does it help to attack corporations because of that bill, right? Saying that you need to either stand up. So there was because a lot of filming is done within Georgia. So there was a movie director who said, I'm not going to direct any more movies. However, there was another, if I'm remembering this correctly, there was another person who also made that, who made that same threat. Well, I don't know what's happening now. But there was another person made a similar similar threat, because remember there was a trans bathroom bill or something. There was or maybe some sort of gay marriage. But does anyone remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah, Georgia's fucked. The problem is Georgia's not mostly Republican. The problem is people that are progressive are not voting for senators and state legislatures. That's the problem. Is that the voter turnout is trash if it's not on the president bill. It's not on the ticket for president. Nobody's going out to vote.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So since handing out water and food to people is made illegal by this law or this bill, would there be a way to circumvent that by if you ask people in line to trade you literally anything and you give them food or water based on that transaction, would it still be legal, because that's not just handing out water? Are there any possible loopholes for that? I don't know. I've been thinking about this today, and I don't know, maybe that would work. I don't know.
As far as I know, the bill doesn't outright make it illegal to hand out water. It's just more you can't interact with anyone in line as a poll worker or something like that.
As a poll worker. Okay, this is new to me.
Yeah, you can hand out water.
I mean, it could be
way before they even get online. You could shoot. There's plenty of ways you can do it, while they're on the bus.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Before people get in line, handing out water, setting up a station or something like that. That could work, possibly.
Yeah, but on one way or the other, you're trying to get around these laws, right? You're trying to actually, like, why is the law there in the first place is the real problem, not like, oh, how can we get around it? It's like, this is not a thing in any other state because that's a dumb thing to do. Like,
Yeah, it is dumb.
Yeah. The reason why is because voter suppression, plain and simple. This is what Republicans do. What they're known for is their voter suppression.
Well, they wouldn't win if other people turned out and you made it easier for everyone to vote. Then Republicans wouldn't win. True. I mean, they already rely so much on the Electoral College to win. Imagine if everybody went out and voted.
This is correct.
Dan?
Yeah, just what do you guys think like the most problematic points in the bill are, or like what's the single or like top 3 most problematic?
I don't like the ballot box. I don't like the ballot box thing. That's what sticks out to me.
I think like, you know, voter ID is generally bad. It generally affects minorities a lot more, and you know, that's not a good thing.
I mean, but it's not just minorities. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not just
any low income person, because we're talking about Georgia and everybody doesn't live near, especially because of
low income people tend to be minorities, but like all low income people it does affect.
I'm not low income and I still have a Nevada driver's license and I live in Maryland.
Man.
So
I feel for my poor white brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? I want them to be able to vote too.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying that we should exclude those people. Yeah, I like definitely.
Prime, what's that face? Why you
class solidarity all the way?
Oh, I'm looking at the stream, so whatever you're saying, you were making a face before.
There's a delay.
Yeah,
there's a delay, so my fault.
Yeah, I think the most problematic part. I think the most problematic part is not being allowed to vote provisional outside your precinct. So in the past, if you didn't know your precinct, you could show up at like any voting spot in the county pretty much and get a ballot, and that's now restricted.
Yep.
I think the part that's, I mean, the whole bill is pretty problematic, but the one that concerned me the most was so they have like boards, I guess, in districts that are in charge of actually counting the votes. And I guess if the like the General Assembly Board, or essentially it's basically Georgia's state legislature, which is all Republican. I guess that they can kind of throw out those boards if they deem that they haven't been I forget the specific language, but anyway, if they haven't, basically if they don't like the way that they're performing, they can throw them out and then replace them with board members of their choosing, which is completely partisan, it seems. And
you should email that point to your locals, to your senator. Let him read that, because right now they're just trying to preference it as I know what they're saying is a lot of what Jack listed during the panel, the roundabout ways of what they're trying to make voters do in order to vote is akin to what we would call a poll tax, which I was trying to say is like, that's 24th Amendment. Like, that violates everything about the 24th Amendment. Making somebody paid in order to vote, or making it a process more expensive and more tedious in order for them to vote, is like not constitutional at all.
So
yeah, that's the problem. Is like you'd think everybody would be cool with making voting more accessible to everyone, because you look, even the voter turnout, it's usually like 60%. You know, if that. I know the last one was pretty big because people hate Trump so goddamn much. You know, they showed up to vote. But like overall, you look at state, local elections, you look at even the presidency, it's like maybe 60-70% of the population voting. You know, that's sad within itself.
So okay, so I was wondering, maybe we'll move on to another topic. There is the Derek Chauvin case, who is the officer who killed George Floyd. The jury has been set, and we're waiting to go on for the trial. Do you here think that? I would say, do you think justice will be served, right? And by justice being served, I mean a conviction. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
I'm hoping.
How did they form the jury? Like,
well, it's taken so long for them to pick the jury. I imagine that the prosecution is actually doing their due diligence this time. So I hope that he is held accountable to the extent that he deserves to be held accountable. But with current like police always get off, so we'll see. It's very hard to judge at this point.
I'm not holding my breath. Like, I really hope that justice is served, but this kind of thing doesn't happen often, especially when you have a police officer in the courtroom.
Especially with how public this is, like it's gotta be hard to find a jury because you have to pick somebody who doesn't believe Derek Chauvin is guilty to begin with, and then so I'm very pessimistic about it.
I'm very curious about how they managed to form this jury because like everybody knows about this case, and it's really surprising to me that they found people who don't.
So okay, all right. You touched on something that I wish we had my good friend Pisco here because I'm curious what his opinion would be on this. But like a jury trial, right? Like by your peers, but like the point is, they're not supposed to be familiar with the case, and so basically, especially like with a high profile case like this, right? Like on smaller scale cases, if you or I did something, then no one knows us, right? Like unless something was sensationalized in the newspaper, no one's going to know who we are, right? If we were suspected of committing some sort of heinous crime, but no one's going to know us. So finding that is pretty easy. But among this case, let's say they actually did manage to find people who weren't aware of Derek Chauvin, weren't aware of George Floyd. You mean you got to be judged by the most disconnected, like oblivious people on the fucking planet, right? Like in the country that they could find, these are the people who don't know shit. Let's put them on a jury and judge you. It seems like a ridiculous system, right? Doesn't it? I feel like that. What do you all think?
Yeah, I mean,
we had this similar situation with the person who killed her baby, Casey Anthony, where they couldn't find anyone who didn't know about Casey Anthony, but the absolute morons, and of course those morons voted to acquit her. But yeah, it's kind of like a fault, but it's also like kind of necessary because you can't already pick a biased jury.
Anyone else?
I think it's possible to not know, or to know who this person is and still be unbiased in a way.
How so? Expand on that, please. Please, guys, expand.
Yeah,
well, like, I mean, like,
you got another voice, Davis. This is my first time hearing you, man.
Yeah, usually I don't talk. I was just gonna say, like, I didn't know his name. I had to look it up. I know about the case, sort of, but I don't live under a rock, and I think that I would be able to be unbiased and hear the facts of the case as if I'm hearing them for the first time and try to weigh over the evidence, without just making a snap decision before, or using my decision from before I went in. Or I mean, right now I don't know exactly what happened. I would have to pour through evidence of the case and try to be an unbiased jury member.
Okay.
Just speaking personally.
All right.
I'm struggling over here because I have a probably what is a hot take on this case specifically. And I'm not I should preface this by saying institutional racism is definitely an issue. I was marching in the protests here in Phoenix following this, following George Floyd's death, as well as Breonna Taylor's and all that. So a little background for me. I used to be heavy into the firearms community. I did photography for SWAT magazine. I've logged probably around 100 hours of training. Probably like a quarter of that's been with law enforcement. I don't really, I wouldn't really consider myself in that world anymore. But from what I saw in the video, in particular with George Floyd, Derek, the police officers involved, although what they did from like a common sense standpoint is pretty horrific, from a training standpoint, they did not do anything that isn't taught in training, which I think too much blame has been laid on the 4 officers rather than the actual system itself.
Oh,
so
this is a hot take.
not that the system hasn't been blamed, but I think that we put way more blame on them than what's
everyone else jump at this before I do. Go ahead. Sam.
Yeah, so while the police like the police station or the police, the union actually pays for a lot of this training, right? Outside of what the actual official training is, and that the problem could come from there. So this might not be like official training, right? No official training protocol, but if the police union is paying for you to do these kinds of trainings, that's 100% official. We could like play the semantics game about what official is, but if you're getting paid by your police union to do this training and then you use it, that's you using police training to, you know, excise your right to kill somebody, right? Like, I don't know, in a way that we find horrendous.
Yeah, and I would for sure agree with that too. So I don't know, like, so any police officer, right? They can undergo training outside of the official realm, which I think is also really problematic. I think all training should be done under some kind of authority, so that, you know, so a police force knows how their officer is going to respond. And right now, that's not the case. So I could go as a police officer and take like any kind of like some police academy, or I'm sorry, some police departments give bonuses and stuff to officers that go and log a certain amount of training outside of like their normal work hours. Some police departments pay them for that. But the problem with that is, like, I could go to any like Joe Schmo who's licensed and do training with people that isn't what would you say, maybe like up to par with what we want, right? So I could have people teaching me how to respond the wrong way. I could send my officers to like some kind of no-name Krav Maga school, and
That's a cop out, though.
that could. No, I'm
Because
not. Wait, how's this?
because the whole blaming the training thing, like, you have morals. People know what's right and what's wrong. Stand, like putting your knee in someone's neck for 8 minutes while they die on the ground is not training. They don't train you to just stay there, even when you're just going too far. The guy was on drugs, clearly. He could have probably just left him there and put a hand on his back, and he would have stayed there. He wasn't being. He didn't seem to be being against the police or trying to run away. He was afraid and on drugs. You know, I don't. I mean, even there, they didn't even pull out Narcan. They didn't do any of that shit. And I know cops get trained to use Narcan to help drug addicts or people that are tweaking out on drugs from fucking dying or ODing. But I feel like blaming training as a whole is just a super cop out. These people need to go to jail because they clearly don't know what is right and wrong, and they should have never been cops. And I hope they fucking burn in hell.
I 100% agree with you that blaming training wholeheartedly is not the solution, and that's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying that the take that like there isn't this isn't official training is like a little weird to me, because again, if your police union is paying for it, like that is your union is kind of part of your job, that's part of your field, that is official training to me. I don't know. That's in my mind, that's official training. When like my dad goes to union training, that's official training for his job. Just because his employer is not paying for it, his union is, that doesn't mean that it's not official training.
Yeah, well, I got trained in like guerrilla warfare in the military, but I don't go around fucking shooting people that don't deserve to get shot. You know, like
True.
it's
That's
just
another
just
problem
following
that we could
orders
talk
argument only goes so far. It's just it's stupid. Those people need to go to jail.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess I agree with Swamp Fox.
Yes, finally.
The training, I don't. So it can be both, right? It can be both. That the training is flawed, certainly. I think every part of our justice system has a lot of flaws in it, and it's rife with systemic racism. I think systemic racism defines our system. On the other side of this, there is Dark Chauvin. In that very moment, you are a human being. You understand that this part of your body helps with the breathing. When someone tells you that I can't breathe, right? Maybe let up. Maybe don't put your knee on their neck in the first place, right? So I don't know if that really was a part of the training. So I'll take your word for it, right? That it was. Well then we're training our cops to murder is what we're doing, because you don't need to kneel on someone's neck to get them under control. That's not a thing that you got to do, right? There are plenty of the ways, and there was 4 cops. It's not like there was one cop, right? He was struggling, right? And then in the struggle with this guy, like tragically, the dude lost his life, right? He's like, well, I mean, I got it, you know, it's him or me, and I'm doing my best. I'm trying to restrain him, but you know, things happened, and the guy lost his life. That's one thing. No, there were 4 cops there. 4 cops. A knee on the neck. all the bystanders are telling him, if it didn't click on his mind, right? All the bystanders there are telling him, get off this guy's neck. This guy is dying right in front of you. And he sat there and he smiled. He was happy. He was having a good old time, right? And those other fucking cops, right, just sit there and we're happy with it, right? So once again, fuck all cops. All cops are bastards. Yes, I said it. I won't stop saying it. So like that was a perfect example why. They can see this. They can see what's happening. They didn't care. Standard operating procedure. We brutalize our citizens. This is what we do, right? So why would I? Why would I interfere with this? This is just what we do. Like, I've seen this. They've seen it a bunch of times already. They're not shocked because they've seen this a bunch of times. Of course they're not going to step in. All cops are bastards.
Are they trying the other 4 too? Because like I feel like they should be held to equal account, because if you see something, you say something, right? Like, I mean, there was like multiple opportunities to stop. 9 fucking minutes on a neck. The guy's pissing himself on the ground. I mean, there was plenty of time to just, maybe we're taking this too far, and the guy would be alive tomorrow.
Yeah, again, I think the problem, and I'm going back in time here. I think Derek was the supervisor. I'm pretty sure like 2 of those cops were like brand new on the force. So again, I'm not defending Derek's actions, right? So as a human, at some point you have to be able to make your own call, right? And it seems as though anybody with a hint of compassion would have heard this man like begging for his life and taken your knee off of his neck, right? No matter what your training is. So that's my biggest contention with Derek specifically. But again, I'm not trying to give Derek some kind of cop out. What I'm saying is it's important to remember that if you are supported by this entire industry that's telling you to brutalize your citizens, and then you're trained to do that thing, and then you go out and you follow your orders, it seems really, really weird to use this man as almost like a scapegoat, if that were the sole factor, right? So again, it seems as though, and I'm being very careful with my language here, it seems as though he should be held accountable from the basic standpoint that this man was begging for his life. The other officers, I have a little bit more compassion for them, because again, I believe that 2 of them were new to the force, and I think Derek was the supervisor on duty. And in that world, it very much is like a brainwashed kind of like you follow orders kind of world, right?
Well,
and
I think
being around those people,
that's bullshit, because
it
like,
is.
the military has police,
bullshit.
and you don't ever hear about military police doing racist ass shit, and they're doing cop stuff all over the world. So what's the difference? I don't know. Maybe
that's a false.
I think it's probably the training.
That's a false equivalence.
Well, what I'm saying is, I don't know why you're simping so hard for Derek Chauvin. Like, he fucked up.
Oh, don't
he
even
should go
start
to jail.
with that
Well, don't
bullshit.
blame the training. The training, that's a cop out. Like I said when I started, it's a cop out.
I literally just
that was the first thing you brought up was the
be
training.
mindful of it. You're right. Yeah, it said
you don't get trained to stand on somebody's neck for 9 minutes.
Oh my god, we just said we don't even know what kind of training that his union pays for it. I just said that a lot of these police officers can go and get training from Joe Schmoes, and it happens. Like they train in fucking dude. Officers train in martial arts that aren't even like real martial arts. You know that, right? Like, you know, like that's a thing. You're supposed to be in this world. Like Krav Maga. Krav Maga is not even a standard martial art. And this is something that we train, which is brutal. Like, they're teaching people to fucking stab people in the eyes with pencils and dumb shit like that. Like, and this is what our police force is doing.
Has anyone heard of Kyle Dinkheller or Dinkheller?
Oh, Dinkheller, no.
I haven't.
Okay, so Kyle Dinkheller was a deputy in Georgia, and his video or his car cam is actually a huge part of police training. And what happened to Kyle is that he pulled over a guy named Andrew Brennan for speeding, and Andrew Brennan got in a confrontation with him. It resulted in a shootout, which Kyle did not want to shoot Andrew, and Andrew ended up shooting him. And it's probably like one of the most heartbreaking videos that you'll ever hear. And yeah, it basically kind of trains cops not to give into that like mindset of being merciful to somebody because it's life or death. And I do suggest anyone that has like, that kind of like questions Derek Chauvin's motive just to listen to it, just because this is what he probably saw. That's probably what he was thinking about.
What is this called?
It's called The Murder of Kyle Dinkheller. So it's Kyle and then Dinkheller.
Yeah, well, another thing, though, is Chauvin. I'm reading the Wikipedia article about Derek Chauvin right now. He had 18 complaints on his official record before this happened. So at what point are we going to hold his agency accountable for making sure they're not putting someone like that out on the street? I'm not trying to defend him, but I'm saying like there's two people, two blameful parties here.
He has a history of being a problematic cop, and they still put him out on the street.
Yeah,
and they gave him a management position.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure people filed claims and suits against him before. And he's been
typically
on like leave multiple times.
Yeah, and typically there's a separate review process too. So the review process for complaints against supervisors is supposed to be more thorough than complaints against your lower tier, lower ranked officers, which is also incredibly disheartening that the system is that bad.
Who was the head of the department at the time? Because they need to be fired.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure.
Pretty sure.
They're already gone.
They're already gone, right? Mm-hmm.
They're already gone.
Good, because if there was proper procedure and they treated the cops like they're bad cops, like they should treat their bad cops, this probably would have never happened. And it's many a time, like when you were saying to like the newer cops on the force and they see something bad. There's plenty of times when I'm thinking of like occurrences on the West Coast where a cop will like whistle blow and then he'll be like blacklisted.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be fired, blacklisted, won't be able to work anywhere else in any other department.
And then the opposite, where you have somebody who shoots and kills somebody without a good reason, and then he gets fired from his department, but he just goes and gets a job as a cop in some other city or state or whatever.
Yeah,
this is actually a huge problem in this industry is the lack of like a national kind of review board, right? So if I'm a doctor and I engage in malpractice, right, there's a national registry essentially that keeps me from being able to get a job at other hospitals, and this does not exist at all in policing, which also is incredibly insane. Typically you would want your police officers to probably be well, I mean, we know that they're the opposite of what we want them to be. So the fact that you can just move from one department to another, having however many number of complaints filed against you, and not having that record follow you is it's a moral conundrum that we're in right now.
No, it's just the American system. It's built the way it's protecting. What were the jobs of police officers before? Slave catchers, brutal, albeit. The system is being upheld the way it's always been, and now we're like literally fighting tooth and nail to try to change it.
So I've heard we had a debate between our friend Fanatic and our boy Polar. And Polar was making the case that the origins of policing are a lot more complex. And so a part of it, yes, is the slave catcher, but especially in the North, there's like different tradition. Now that doesn't mean these things can't spread, certainly, but it's a little more complicated than simply slave catcher.
Yeah, but okay, yeah, I'm not gonna say anything inflammatory, but
no,
I have my
do.
theories.
Anything else?
I already opened that.
Please do. I'm pretty sure, like,
As long as it's not
time,
TOS.
because at the time, because it was like pitting the races against each other. Like at the time, the majority of the police force, especially on the East Coast, were Irish, and they would pay. They were Irish. Majority of the police force is Irish, and they would pit the Irishmen against the local minor. Like, matter of fact, I was on a tour of the tenements in Brooklyn, and they would talk about how how it was hard for certain because everybody is like everybody is coming from other European countries. Everybody's coming from around the world to transition to their new life in America, but it's hard for certain people to get jobs. So now all the Irishmen are. I'm not saying this is 100% fact, but I've had conversations and I've listened to historians, and they talk about how
They pitted
majority
the
of
races against each other, even though they
put the
were in the
races
same
against
boat.
each other. During the time when it was bad to be Jewish, it was bad to be Italian, it was bad to be Irish, and they would pit the Irishmen as police officers against people of other races, and they would be brutal.
So wait, what year was this? Because the Irish that goes like counter to everything I know about Irish history in New York.
They basically did the same things that the Germans did with the capos in the Holocaust, where they pitted like other Polish people against the Jewish people, even though they were all Jewish, but they had extra benefits, you know, and they could look down on another person.
Exactly. I can get the year. I'll get the because I have some articles. I'll pull it up.
Because it sounds like it'd be around like the late 1800s, but during that time was like the Molly Maguires, where the Irish were kind of scapegoated and murdered and things like that. I even think like from this time, the paddy wagon. I think a lot of people have this misnomer that it's made because a lot of Irish were police officers. I'm pretty sure it came from that they used to arrest a bunch of Irish people, and then they would put them in that wagon. That's why it's called a paddy wagon, because you have a lot of paddies in there, I guess.
I forget, I don't know the exact. I'll find a link for it, but I think it was early 1900s. Basically, poor whites and poor blacks were kind of unified against the system, and the way they fought that was by making the poor whites think that they're superior to blacks.
Yeah, there was another area. Man, I don't wanna quote too hard or anything like that because I'm only half remembering this. But they're talking about how in the South there was some unity with like poor white farmers, right? Like with
Jonestown.
Not just that, slaves who had just gotten out of the plantation, and because they were both in similar economic situations, but basically, the white establishment, so the now I'm remembering it as I'm talking. Taxation, that's what it was, right? So we had within the South, right after slavery, there was like a change in leadership in terms of the southern states. A lot of black membership, right? A lot of black congressmen and congresswomen were elected there. We had like black leadership within the state houses and all that, right? Yeah, the state. I'm not sure they were congressmen, but anyway, within the state houses, they were there, and they were running decisions, right? So it was like a coalition, right? Like a white-black coalition right after slavery and during Reconstruction, and they were making progress. But the white establishment, the formerly slave-owning white establishment, wanted to tear that apart. There was people in white rural areas who this was working for them because, of course, slavery had been competing with them, like the poor whites, with jobs. So there was a chance that they could unite, and they especially hated the white plantation owners. But there was they needed funds. This is what I'm remembering of this. So they needed funds to help the government. Like the South had been devastated from the war. They needed funds. So they had to raise taxes, right? And part of it ended up raising taxes on those white poor Southerners, and they started feeling resentment. And then the ousted white establishment, right? The rich whites came in and said, like, well, look at what these blacks are doing, right? Taking money away from good, hard working white people. And then they kind of formed an economic union there, and the rest was history. So, yeah, that's the thing that can happen.
Yeah, and I'm not saying the things I'm saying to like, oh, okay, now let's hate the Irish because the Irish are the real. No, it was the establishment were pitting the immigrants against. They were creating like a common enemy, and Irish immigrants were heavily looked down upon, just like Jewish and Italian. They were almost as bad as they would say, oh, you're just as bad as the blacks. And so one way they would call it getting rid of the Irish problem. I posted links in the VC chat, also in the stream chat. To get rid of the Irish problem, they would give them jobs like the establishment of the police force. They would hire Irish immigrants into these positions, and they would encourage them to brutalize and heavily police certain communities to make sure they were just to basically control the immigrant population, the low income population, the black community, anything that was other. And then this is why, and then you get a lot of Irish stereotypes from this. I think like the first Irish police officer was 1851. And you get a lot of stereotypes stemming from these positions. I think the word pig might stem from that as well.
I think
The term pig.
The pig was the gas mask they used to wear in the civil rights movement.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up. I could be wrong, but basically, the front canister kind of made them look like pigs. That's where it started. But I'll look it up and get back to you. I could be fucking completely wrong.
I can just.
I have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah. Interesting. And so you can see how these things kind of intersect, right? When we talk about forming these political coalitions, and how these things may not definitely benefit each constituency, right? Like, apparently, there was some sort of study that was done showing that you can still track based on like district, like where like the districts that had the most slaves, right, are like still the most racist now. Right? So like through time, those same places, like they still have the worst racial attitudes. And you can just track it just like county by county. The places that the highest amount of slaves have the worst racial attitudes. Fascinating, I think. But I want to get back to the
trial.
Yeah, both the trial and the trial system, right? Should we have some sort of different system? Are you guys aware of different systems that are used around the world? Because not everyone uses jury trials. Like, should we instead have it so a judge rules, the judge who is supposedly learned, but who knows?
You want us to go back to the days of Phoenix Wright and have the judges? You want us?
Well, I believe that the defendant can choose a bench trial if they wish. But it's not really done all that often.
Well, we don't have. If everything was like like a civil court case, we don't use a jury system for a civil court. That's only criminal.
We do, like during OJ had a jury civil case. So
was that that was jury on the civil?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like we have like a bunch of different like weird laws that you can choose between. You can choose between a jury or you can forego that with a bench trial. I believe it's up to the defendant though, not the prosecutors. So Derek Chauvin would have to say, I don't want a jury, I want a bench. And then he would just be judged by the judge.
I think the police unions are the problem. I think we can all agree on that, right?
Big part of it.
Yeah.
The other issue too is how closely related the judicial system is tied to police officing, or like to the police officers as a whole, right? So a lot of these lawyers, judges, district attorneys, all of them are friends with a lot of the higher ups in these police departments, and so they have interconnected relationships. I'm not sure I'd go so far as to say like deals are being made.
It's a conflict of interest, although at least.
Exactly, yeah, and so there needs to be a way to kind of remove the intimacy that's shared between these guys. So I don't know if the answer is like some kind of third-party court, which kind of sounds scary because then that makes me think of like for-profit systems, and obviously that hasn't worked out very well so far. But
attack the pensions. Attack the pensions. I think I posed this before on another panel in the past. Matter of fact, on an all black everything panel. Attack the pensions. Attack the money. You don't know how many I know a lot of cups. A lot of cups. A lot of them. There's a lot of nepotism. There's a lot of communication between. Matter of fact, it's very easy to become wealthy. A lot of these suburbs are filled with police officers. They'll work in another community, and the tax dollars in that community will be paying them, and they're going to go live in a suburb elsewhere. So they're basically leeching. I think I said that before. They're leeching equity out of communities and bringing it back into the suburbs. And then they live for the rest of their lives after like 15, 20 years on the force.
And then they get kickbacks from bars too. If you ever go like downtown, you see the cops there. They literally just like wait to arrest people, even if the bar is being the scumbag in that situation.
And you know what's funny? If you know who Kevin Samuels is, you know what he tells people, blue collar workers, become a cop, become a cop. Easy money, easy money. I have a friend right now who says they don't. He's on the force. They don't do anything. They don't do anything. They sit around all day. Some people are.
I do wonder.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you wonder what the legality of of attacking like the pension system would be like? I'm assuming you mean if they fuck up somehow, right?
I mean, no, not even because they're getting rid of pensions everywhere else. They got rid of pensions in. My dad works at Con Edison. He's been working there like 30 plus years. They had a pension system at one time, and they decided, hey, we can't do this anymore. We can't afford this anymore. They got rid of it.
Well, that's a private company. These are public positions. So, like, my dad was a nurse for the state of New York, and his pension, like, he never fucked up. I remember that being like as good as gold for most people because it was untouchable. So, I do wonder what the feasibility is to touch these pensions.
Yeah, like federal work is like we always make this joke that if you have as long as you have a pulse, you'll have a job, and that's how like government jobs are.
Wait. So you're making the argument that it's a public job. Not all public jobs have pensions.
I don't.
No, but the jobs that do usually have very strong pension programs where they're untouchable. Like, so this is like a big thing that Reagan attacked. So Reagan tried to, he shut down the hospitals. He tried to attack all these pensions, and he never really could crack that. I don't even think he destroyed the pension programs in California, but
won't that get us worse cops?
No, it'll get us.
No. I don't think public servants should be able to unionize. That's the problem.
Nah, I don't.
Why not?
I don't agree with that.
Hello.
Public servants are the abused, underpaid people on the planet.
Yeah, public servants like working for the state or the Fed is abused.
Yes,
I would totally differ from that.
Poll workers.
I don't know.
I think it depends on what section you're on.
Yeah, I don't think we should loop in all public servants with, like police.
Well, yeah,
right. Like teachers.
Yeah.
Yeah, teachers are probably on the good end of that, and cops, you can make the argument.
Teachers aren't public servants, though. That's not a state job. They're not.
Okay, all right.
It's not a state
nurses.
Position.
Let's go with nurses then.
Wow.
It's not a state position. I'm telling you this. It's not a state position.
A nurse? I don't know. My dad was in a state position. He worked.
Yeah, but you could be a nurse and work at an urgent care center that's not funded by the state.
Well,
would you consider firefighters to be?
But there's state nurses.
My problem is that state police or regular police, they all have these cozy freaking government jobs, and they're not up for they don't get attacked. They have unions that protect them and keep them on the force when they're trash cops. I mean, I think we can all agree that unions are the problem with keeping garbage police at their jobs.
What if you're a sanitation cop?
What?
That's what I'm saying.
Like a sanitation cop.
Municipal or?
Because my uncle was sanitation, but he wasn't. Sanitation only there's people who will go out and they'll give you a ticket if you're not under regulate. Like if your block is, if you got trash on your litter on your corner, you got litter on your block. There's rules for that, and there's a set of government. There's a government job. It's not, you're not a police.
I'm not against unions in general. I just don't think people that work for the state or the federal government should have a union. That's just how I feel about it.
Like,
I just don't think they're getting rid of.
I mean,
Because you're getting paid by,
the
you're
state.
getting your whole pension and salary and everything is being subsidized by taxes.
Okay,
You
but that
should
doesn't.
not be able to unionize.
What does
Wait,
a
but it's a
union
public
serve?
job though.
Yeah,
You're
public
being
organ-
paid
I
for
would
by
say-
taxes. You should not be able to unionize. And I think
But
it's
what is the
also
purpose of
bullshit
a
that,
union?
like
Public jobs
teachers
should-
get paid less. You know, teachers always complain about their pay, but if they
But
didn't
we
have
get
to
paid
pay
by-
5%
paid
to a
by your
union, they'd have more money, right?
I'm a teacher. We get paid by your taxes.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, why would you unionize if you're getting paid by federal subsidies?
Because then the school can take advantage of us and say, hey, we can't pay you as much. There's too many of you guys. We need to use your money or use tax dollar money in other areas.
See, I wonder
I think you
if
fundamentally misunderstand the purpose of a union.
Yeah,
I don't think the fact that union members get paid by
I don't think
taxes
unions
makes
are
it so that
actually
unions are
protecting job
useless.
like people's rights within their job.
Did we have this conversation?
Wait, what else would
before?
unions even do then?
No, I'm saying if your whole salary is being subsidized by the
So
government,
do you
I don't think a
that maybe we
union
should
is a
have
good
more- do you
idea.
think- Do you think that in general we should have more powerful unions, even though we can criticize certain?
Yeah, for
styles or
jobs in
certain
the private
unions?
sector, I think unions are awesome, but I think government, like jobs within the government that have unions, are dumb.
No.
Why?
The
But you're
private
but
sector,
why?
you're working at
Because
will.
like I get you're a teacher, but there's garbage ass teachers out there that still have jobs because of the unions. There's
I
garbage
agree.
ass cops out there that still have jobs, like Derek Chauvin, probably because of the unions.
Yeah, but if
This
you
is
don't
my
have
problem
unions,
here.
if you don't have
That's not
unions,
for the
you just
private
get
sector,
fucked on
too.
pay for everyone involved in the
Yeah,
in
like,
the job group.
we have-
Like,
we have to talk about.
So you're saying take away.
Well, hold on. I wanted to make some space for our newest person, Purple.
hey, that's nice of you.
Hi. How are you?
Hi. Hey, I'm Purple. I actually came in for the talk on the judicial system because I'm from Germany and we actually don't use any juries. But I see you already moved on, so I guess that's fine.
He's full Phoenix. He's full Phoenix, right? In Germany.
But okay.
Honestly, I think the system works way better, but Americans see to you. I guess.
So maybe we'll move back to that later on. But I do want to stick on this union thing for a second. Yeah. So you think why is it that specifically because it's taxpayer dollars paying these organizations, these unions, or these teachers, or sorry, not just teachers, these employees, whatever they may be? Why do you think that is the thing that changes it so that they shouldn't be able
Well,
to
I think that your salary is subsidized by the people in that state paying taxes, right?
Yeah.
My problem is the government has to adhere to way higher fucking regs and everything else than any private company does. So all you're doing is just throwing your money away and then complaining about how you have less money because you are paying union dues every month. I think it's bullshit.
Well, they only do that because
Yeah.
they have the unions.
No,
Yeah.
that's not it at all. Like you have to, I don't think you understand how the government works. Things have to be voted on. Laws have to be passed for your money. Like
No.
the government,
Seems like
the government
that's what
can't
happens
just
to the
make you
union,
work
too.
like a slave for fucking however
Hold on.
long they want
You
to.
know Trump hurt unions, right?
Reagan.
You know Trump hurt unions?
Sure, why not? I don't understand the argument here. I'm not
passed
saying I'm
legislation-
for Trump.
Yeah, like, Trump passed many. I'm not saying you're for or pro or for or against. I'm saying we're already attacking the union base.
No, I think
like they have that much power.
teachers and all these different jobs that are subsidized through taxpayer money should get paid more. You won't ever hear me argue against that. But the unions are doing their fucking job, is what I'm trying to like. You're
Right,
basically
so-
throwing your money away for nothing.
But
Can we
I don't
just
think
criticize the?
So if you have, sorry, go ahead.
Unless
Yeah, we
you're
just-
a shitty cop and you want to stay employed. There you go.
So
Okay, I
your
think-
argument for unions like keeping bad workers on the workforce though can be applied to any industry. So it doesn't matter whether it's taxpayer funded or not, right? Like any industry that your argument holds true. if you're in fact right, if you say that unions keep shitty people in their industry, then it doesn't matter if it's tax paid or not, right? So that doesn't really seem like a
but a lot. How many other industries that are not government subsidized have unions?
Well, so why do we?
There's not a lot.
I'm gonna guess.
That's mostly
though, right? So
no,
why?
I am pro union, but I'm saying
So why are we?
Police, you're throwing money. I think we can all agree that the unions don't have anybody's best interest in mind as far as police and teachers unions. Right?
We can't all agree on that.
Can we agree on that? No. Okay.
No.
Well, I mean, Derek Chauvin probably wouldn't have a job if he had a private, if police were private and they didn't have unions.
I think we have to separate these two because
Derek Chauvin currently employed.
You get 2 complaints.
He's fired.
What I'm saying is, you get 2 complaints in private industry and you don't have a fucking job.
It matters completely.
Unless
but the private industry is not. Sorry, Prem.
No. It's fine. I just wanted to make the separation that categorizing the teachers union and the police union together is completely wrong, right? How they're treated with how they treat within politics, for instance, is wrong. How they operate, what they ask for, like teachers unions and police unions are worlds apart. Just because they have union tagged onto them doesn't mean these things are the same thing. They are not.
I am pro union, Prime. My problem is like.
But I'm just saying.
How much money has the teachers union gotten you paid more within the last 5 years?
But it doesn't change my point that these two things are different, right? In their goals, in their outcomes, right? So you can say that. I think you have a stronger case for police unions, right? There's a stronger case. I still disagree with you, but I think you have a much stronger case there. But for teachers union, teachers are workers. Teachers are workers, just like any others, right? So why shouldn't they deserve protections, right? And especially since they don't hold life and death like police officers do. Why shouldn't they be protected from the excesses of management?
So my only argument for throwing teachers unions in there was the fact that like teachers have been complaining about pay for like multiple years now, and how much more pay have you got paying union dues?
That's because the government fucks them over, and
I don't know
whenever they do get it, it's like 2 or 3%.
That just proves that the union is a worthless fucking idea if they can't get more money for their workers.
It's that the governor is being a dickhead
now instead of the actual like prescriptive.
If you're paying for a union and they're not getting you more money, then they're not working.
I agree with you that unions right now have a problem and we need to reform them, but that doesn't mean that you disagree with unions. You're just like trying to disagree with the current state of unions and then applying that to everything. I don't think you would disagree that you might need a body that gives you leverage to get you on the same level as your employer when you're talking about benefits or your wage. I don't think you would even disagree with that. That is the main prescription for having a union, right? So we can argue about where the position of unions are currently without saying that unions suck full blast or that.
But that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm
you
saying
are.
unions
That is
right
what
now.
You are saying.
No, I'm saying unions right now are fucking trash and they're not helping anybody.
Wait, what? You
just walk it back.
No. They're fucking trash. Okay, Azzy, how much money has your union gotten you in the last 5 years?
Like 60, 70,000.
The union got you 60, 70,000 more dollars than what you made 5 years ago?
5 years ago, I was in college, so.
Okay, what I'm saying is the unions aren't getting you more money in your pocket, is what I'm trying to say.
The point is, you're not saying that you are against unions, you're just saying unions are right now ineffective, right?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I'm sorry this is a hot take.
Walked back your position.
No, what the fuck are you talking about? I literally said multiple times that unions right now are trash and they're not helping anyone. Because they're not. The union leadership right now is garbage. They're not getting people paid more. They're not getting people more fucking paid time off. They're not fucking doing all the things that unions are there for.
But hold on.
That's not true. My uncle working at 1190 SEIU on the East Coast, and they treat their union. They're literally union, and they treat their union members very well.
I think we should have reasonably high expectations of unions, especially in the current climate. I think they should definitely be swinging harder when they used to seem defensive when I was in a teachers union, So yeah, I think that is true. But on the other hand, there are green shoots, I would say, and I wouldn't want to badmouth them. You know what I mean? Just in terms of Amazon workers and that sort of thing. So on the one hand, I would say, I've always been frustrated with the unions, and I've always been worried about like how lame their leadership tends to be. I think of the teachers union again, but just that right now, I think they're taking more risks, and they should be encouraged to do so. But I wouldn't be so broad brush shitting on you.
Yeah,
So
like
I
we
want
can say.
I want to let in Red Shinks, who's just joined us. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it, and thank you for King of William
Thank
coming
you.
back. Red, go ahead.
So I was just listening to the panel in the background, I guess, and I heard him talk about unions being useless and not even giving people more pay. So like I literally just did a quick Google search and it proved you wrong immediately. Especially in the case of teacher unions, they get paid on average 25% more than a non-unionized teacher. As the teacher, their wages have been declining ever since 2015. If you look at the unionized teachers, their wages have declined 4% less than
So they're
the
still declining.
non-unionized.
Oh,
Yeah, it's at a slower rate.
no.
It's at a slower
come
rate.
on.
and
Why are their
it's not
wages
being paid
declining?
hard.
If the unions are effective, why are their wages going down? They should be going up.
Declining less than from people that are not in unions.
They
though.
still
Yeah,
get
no, I'm not saying that unions are bad. I'm saying they're not getting you paid more. It's declining.
Yeah, but they're getting
You
paid
proved
less
yourself
and
wrong.
less, I guess.
Okay, go ahead, Red. Go ahead, Red.
Another thing on top of this is that there's a huge problem in the United States with the fact that we just don't have like as many teachers as we should for our public school system, because a lot of teachers, they just quit the job because it's stressful and they're not getting paid nearly as much as they should be. And unionized teachers are actually 80% more like less likely to quit to seek a higher paying job. So if these teachers are unionizing and they're staying in this like education system that needs them to be there, then I think that like the union is doing an okay job for like what it's at right now. But like they're still like I agree that like teachers are getting fucked in this country, but clearly unionizing has made like their lives like better and they're not completely useless.
You know,
That's
everything
absolutely
he
true.
said, I feel like Deku at the computer is like shaking my head when the main character, the main superhero is coming on.
I get
Everything
that
Red
reference.
said-
All Might, you
everything Red-
mean? But so
Yeah, All Might. So yeah, yeah.
But so
the white guy,
Swamp
yeah.
Fox, multiple things here. One, we can see that teachers unions have been helpful, getting like even from numbers he said. But beyond that, we see these in current events. Well, not so current. Like when was it in West Virginia when those teacher unions decided to strike? The teacher union decided to strike there. I believe it was Western Virginia. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But they wanted better pay and they wanted I think better healthcare was part of it, right? They strike, they won. Because they organized, they won. And then that spread, right? Other unions started striking in other places, and they were winning. They were actually winning, getting what they needed, right? And maybe you can understand, especially when it comes to teachers unions, right? Teachers in general, is that their profession is under attack. There is one party that is absolutely dead set and fucking over teachers, right? Like, and it's like part of the platform. It's an easy thing for them to do. Oh yeah, and fuck teachers, right? Fuck their unions, right? We should be getting rid of them. Like, what do they know? You know, what do teachers know about anything? Wonderful. Geniuses, the Republican Party. The ones who also nominated Donald Trump. Geniuses. Like, we can understand that you're saying that teachers, because of the unions, because of their institutional failures, right? That the teachers have not been getting what they deserve, right? And that's the union's fault. Well, I'm sure some of the blame could be laid on teachers unions, right? I'm sure if we ask King of William, that he could give us a few examples as to why he's frustrated with the unions, right? And in fact, I've seen them.
It's just bad leadership.
I've seen them.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I've seen them in the news. I've seen them operate within the political environment, and I think they've missed opportunities. So I think definitely there, right? So no one's pretending these are perfect organizations. But on the other side, like the resistance against teachers, the whole profession by one major party, right, is endless, and it's been going on for decades, right? And there's no beyond the unions themselves, there is no lobby standing up for schools, standing up for children, right? Standing up to expand these services. Instead, we cut, right? And the things we cut teachers' paychecks, right? We cut again and again at public schools because we have a party that just doesn't fucking believe in it. Just doesn't believe in the public school system in general, right? And teachers are on the front lines fighting against it. So that's why people are pushing back. It's not that teachers' unions are perfect. Look, I'm sure we actually went through, we could find a litany of examples where they failed, right? But to say that specifically that they are a problem, especially when if you're pro-union, right, then you understand the benefits of unionization. But whatever you can spout at me, right, I can guarantee you they don't face the political pressure, right, the onslaught that teachers' unions do.
Yeah, sure. Like I feel like we're like way off base here. Like I'm not saying fucking teachers' unions are garbage. I'm saying their leadership is garbage and they're not doing what they should be doing.
I feel like
as far as police unions go, it's not a complete walk back. So please stop. You can clip. You go ahead and clip me. I don't care. But what I'm saying is, police should not
management or union leadership of what?
I'm saying the leadership of the teachers' union is fucking trash. Okay, cops should not have a union at all.
And you said teachers as well.
That was the point I've been trying to make since I started here.
But you also said teachers as well. You said any union that gets.
I don't think government work should freaking have these super unions that protect bad teachers. There are cases of that. Okay, what I'm saying is
shouldn't have unions.
No, that's bullshit. I think the leadership.
Just said that.
Why don't you just shut the fuck up and let me talk? How about that? Fucking. Cops should not have unions at all, okay? Teachers are paid through taxes. My problem with teachers' unions is they do that. They pull the same shit where they keep trash teachers. Like, granted, Pensacola, Florida, where I grew up, they have a teachers' union there. And guess what I learned about for the whole 4 years of fucking high school? About how the South was right in the Civil War and everything else. They keep these bad teachers that have been sued multiple times within their fucking job. What I'm trying to say is that unions can be used in a bad way, especially when it's subsidized by government, and the government doesn't audit shit. They just like throw money at you, regardless of what you do. Go ahead and fucking laugh. Okay. But I'm saying like this is a real shit
problem, not a teacher problem. So I'm gonna go to purple. But I will say we do have the Government Accountability Office that literally all they do is audit like everything. That's like what.
But they don't, because I work in the government and there's so much fraud and waste and abuse. My job is to go.
But they do. We know they do. All right, let's give purple a chance here. Purple,
thank you. Yeah, thank you. So. You just said basically that if you work for the government, you shouldn't actually be unionized whatsoever. So if you are in a government position, government position that can like teacher, for example, if you completely get fucked in your job, you have terrible working conditions. Are you just fucked? You can't just be in a union and advocate for better working conditions. Is it just, well, you're fucking out of luck and you just have to hope that the state is gonna like improve working conditions by themselves, just, I don't know, out of thin air?
I mean, I still work in a building with asbestos in it as a government.
Fox, that's not good. Like that doesn't mean
that's not a real answer, I think.
Like, you just brought up work conditions, and I'm saying I still work in a building with asbestos. Work conditions.
So what are you gonna do about it? Like unionize or just like suck it up?
Well, there are also extra avenues that government employees have that regular private citizens don't have. I can go to the inspector general. I can say, hey, my fucking working conditions suck. And then that gets reported all the way through Congress and shit gets usually resolved.
Yeah, that definitely gets reported through Congress. I totally believe that. But generally, I think you guys in America just have shit worker protections all around. That is probably the greater problem because like unions are one thing, but unions can't fix everything. Like unions are basically just there to advocate for their members and to like try to improve shit for them. And if you're not either a union member or you're in a shit union with shit leadership, you're gonna get fucked either way. So that doesn't help whatsoever. So
but you're throwing me under the take that I'm not pro-union. That's the problem.
No, I don't care.
Problem. Second problem is I can call out fucking bad union leadership without being against union. And you guys can fucking laugh at me all you want. No. The fucking teachers union, police unions are fucking garbage, and they need to be fucking reformed.
I take your point. Listen. So what? Wait, hold on a second. Swab Fox, what school were you talking about where they were keeping the teachers? What city was that in?
Pensacola, Florida.
And you're saying that everybody at the schools that are being protected by the unions in Pensacola, Florida, are teaching like
the South will rise again. That's what they're teaching.
Yeah,
Yes.
basically.
Right?
You know what yeah, they still have
Right.
theology and all that other fucking bullshit. In
So
school.
it's possible for a union to, through its membership to be sort of possessed of a culture, right?
Yes.
That would be true also of the police. Is that the point you're making? That yes, you could have a union, but if its membership is a bunch of unaccountable people or people who want to remain unaccountable, then it works in the opposite direction. And it's not like fighting for your wages or whatever. It's protecting like certain kinds of behavior.
Yes. Like there's like 5 or 6 ACLU lawsuits against the school that I went to. And because they teach that bullshit and they fucking do all that stuff. And you know who's protecting them? The teachers unions in that state.
They're not. No. There's a difference. There's a big distinction. This is what we're making the mistake of conflating management with the union.
You can't fight the ACLU without union backing. Because the ACLU has the funding to fucking ruin your goddamn life.
Well, that's the point. The point of the union is to protect their work. The way they pay for arbitration and litigation. Like I literally learned this in labor relations as an HR major. You need the union to be able to pay for those type of legal affairs.
Yeah, like protecting racism in Southern schools and just perpetuating racism, right? Yeah. Go ahead. I'm glad the teachers unions are supporting that.
Actually, so can I ask you something for a second?
The South will rise again does not mean we need to get rid of unions everywhere. Like
that wasn't the statement I was making at all. I said that the leadership is trash and they need reform.
I mean, okay, leadership. That you can have that opinion.
What the management? Because the management could be bad of the school itself.
Okay, so like if I'm the union leader in Pensacola, Florida, and I find out a teacher's teaching that the fucking South was great and it was the war of Northern aggression, I'm probably gonna be like, fuck this guy, let's fire him and move on.
No. The union does not fire. The school fires.
Yeah, but the union is also paying these legal fees for the against the ACLU.
Because the only way they can pay those fees is because the teachers are paying their dues, which they should because
so they're perpetuating racism.
No,
great, awesome.
No, stop. Listen, I'm about to change my name to Yellow because I'm about to join Red and Purple, and we're gonna be the Power Rangers because we need to fight you. We need to fight you because right now you're saying some really.
Dude, I'll fucking swing on you, bro. I'll swing on you guys.
You're saying some dumb shit, but you're not saying that dumb of shit, right?
Yeah.
You're saying unions kind of suck right now, and honestly, that's probably true. We can probably agree that police unions in America are kind of shit right now. But that's actually because they're too powerful. Because lefties always want big unions, but at a certain point, you have to realize unions are institutions too, right? And if you have a very powerful institutions, a very powerful institution, especially in a sector like police, for example, shit is gonna get fucked real quick if that is not actually state controlled, but controlled by just actors within the police, like individuals. And you can say the leadership is shit. I don't necessarily think it's just the leadership being shit. I think it's more of a systemic problem there because you can't just always you can't point blame at individuals if the problem is national. I think, right? That just doesn't really make sense. And you earlier said that I accused you of being against unions. I don't think you're against unions. I'm just saying I think you have the wrong reasons for not liking unions. Because honestly, if you actually had worker protections for just in general, just ignoring unions entirely, unions would probably be able to do a much better job in combination with those protections. For example, in Germany, we have I think 2 or 3 times as many mandated holiday days than Americans. Or actually, do you have any mandated holiday days?
not as
holidays.
Americans,
I'm sorry, my
suck.
English is terrible.
Yo, when it comes to vacation, Americans are overworked and have shit
Don't
for
you have
vacation.
like 2 weeks of like yearly vacation time?
Good luck. Yeah, we got leave without pay. That's what we get.
Oh, that is so fucked up. Honestly, before you fix any union shit, like just fix your worker protection.
Get some vacation.
We need unions to do that though. That's the problem.
Or like maternity leave and that shit. Honestly, your shit is fucked.
I got 2 days when my wife gave birth to like all my kids. I got like 2 to 5 days.
That sucks, man.
That's not a union problem. That's a management problem.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so let's go back to police unions. Right? Like let's just assume that you guys are all right on the teachers thing, and let's go back to police.
But okay, so this is why I wanted to separate teachers from police, because they are two different things. They're two different entities. So police. So we've had this argument before in this channel, and my position hasn't changed. I believe that police, as workers, as individuals, deserve protections within their organization, right? They're there to serve a function, and within the context of that function, they can be abused by management, right? That's the thing that can happen. And even though I think all cops are bastards, because they are, that doesn't mean I don't want them to be able to work in a safe environment, right? So for instance, hold on. In terms of like I say, if an officer is being sexually harassed by their superior, right? They should have union protection. They should have somewhere to go, so they don't have to deal with that, right? So like something like that, exactly. However, they shouldn't have like a full union. I believe like Britain has something like called like a fellowship or something. I don't know. It's but it's different. It's similar to a union in that like it allows them to organize within their workplace, but it limits their power, because the thing is, officers are different because they have guns. They are allowed to take people's lives, right? And the people with guns should be nowhere near politics, right? Nowhere near politics. So they shouldn't be involved in terms of like a male race or anything like that. Absolutely not. They should stay far away from that. And they should have less power as to the contracts that they can set. The police contracts are completely fucking disgusting. Just out disgusting, right? They should have less power there. And for certain negotiation, in certain realms of negotiation, they should have less ability to do that. So that's why I think we should separate these things out, because police are fundamentally different, because they work for the state, because they are the fist of the state, because they are illegally allowed to take your life, right? Because you threatened them or whatever it is they came up with. That's why I'm trying to separate these two out. They're not the same. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Oh, right. I did it.
Oh man.
Cops are trash. I will say it on stream. All cops are bastards.
Honestly, I'm not gonna say that. I don't think all cops
I
are
will.
bastards. I just think an
Emily,
uncomfortably large amount of cops are bastards, but that's probably bad slogan.
Can we
I'll
explain
fucking say it. I don't care.
Can we explain what we mean by ACAB, just to clarify, please?
I mean what I say.
ACLU?
No, ACAB.
I assume what is meant by that is that that even though not all cops are probably like racist bastards that personally go against, like, I don't know, human rights or whatever, the participation of all the cops within the system makes all cops bastards by like implication or some shit.
And I think I've made this point before, and the fact is, cops are supposed to be there to protect your rights, right? And what it seems to be this day and age, and probably like the 90s up until now, is that cops are there to harass people.
Wait,
you know, they're not.
So we don't.
I don't know. I haven't had a lot of good interactions with police, and I'm not even an asshole person. Like, if you pull me over and I did something wrong, I usually admit to it. But they have like this power trip thing that they do.
We don't have to do the whole all cops. We already did this before. We just recently did this. We don't have to do this again. We could do something else in terms of cops. We can definitely there's other things to talk about. But holy shit, let's not do this again. We just had a whole huge argument about this. Holy shit.
Just for clarification.
Fuck the police.
Fuck the police.
Coming straight from the underground.
Yeah, it's valid.
No, but
let's do that one.
Say this about it. Oh, you're gonna do it.
I do not stand. I love some of my officers. You guys are doing a great job protecting me. I was a part of the junior police academy, and I know a good cop when I see one.
You're a junior bastard.
Stazzy, I'm sorry you're
a
bastard.
I know a bad cop when I see one.
Oh shit, Dr. K.
So what do we want the police force to look like?
Prime, you gonna let that stand?
I called you a junior bastard. You missed that part.
Why you got that Charlie Brown shit in the background? It's setting me off. It's triggering me.
You don't know my brand? Have you not seen my?
No, Azzy. You talk shit about my microphone all the time.
This is?
I gotta jump off.
Charlie Brown. That's a Charlie Brown character.
All right, have a great night, whoever that was.
I might be back later. I'm not sure.
Mafidity left before I could
Take
play
care,
all the
David.
music requests. That he
No,
had.
no, Prime was starting this panel. You're putting me on blast here. False accusations.
I mean, I think they have to do going to the police. They have to do something about white supremacists within the ranks, and
Yeah.
they can their affiliations with groups. I mean, there was a orchestrated effort to try to populate the police with white supremacists, and there's when enough white supremacists get into an organization, they can make it into an organization that shapes anybody that goes into it into a white supremacist. Because
Why did they have such an easy time infiltrating?
Well, it's not even so
True.
much a white supremacist thing. It's a good old boy system, is what we used to call it in Florida. It was like, oh, so and so knows so and so knows so and so, and they're all fucking cops. So like, if you have a problem with a specific family in that town, you get fucking adversely treated by police.
Well, I'll tell you what. There's a fucking 13 known cop gangs that exist within the LAPD, and I know that this is true for many
LAPD
large
is garbage.
police. Well, yeah, and I'm getting to that too, right? And I'm getting to that.
Cop gangs? That sounds fucking horrible.
Yeah, there's the most famous is the Linwood Vikings, but there's 13 big ones.
LARPy.
All of them, yeah, they're very LARPy, and they have like these cool initiation ceremonies you have to do where you have to hurt civilians in order to get in.
Wait, you're kidding?
No, look up the 998 tattoo where it stands for officer involved shooting that you get after you hurt someone in an officer involved shooting.
Yeah, so I think cop gangs are dumb. I know in the military they used to think there was a gang. They used to think there was
that stance.
Well, I think that they used to think there was a gang called the Lance Corporal Underground, which was just a joke among like other like Marines, But like, I imagine this cop shit is real. Yeah, I imagine this cop shit's real, but like, we also have to take into account that sometimes the media jumps on shit and they're like, "Oh my God, what is this Lance Corporal Underground?" Which literally was just low-ranking people in the military that just talk shit, and that was it. That's where it started and finished.
This is not one of those situations.
Yeah, I agree. LAPD is straight up garbage.
And,
I got a ticket from them for going 3 over the speed limit.
Here's the thing, right? Is it's not just LAPD, right? This exists with basically every major metropolitan police. New York, Portland, like basically all major metropolitan areas are going to have some sort of cop gang within them.
Yeah, it's the good old boys.
Exactly. It's an extension of that, honestly.
So
the Linwood Vikings are interesting because they are just blatantly white supremacists, though, compared to a lot of other cop gangs that are just like, authoritarian creeps.
Cancel all Viking shows?
Hey.
So listen.
Whoa.
And why I say they're all bastards is because nobody outs these cops. Nobody tries to end this sort of system that exists within it, right? It's so deeply rooted in.
I made that argument about Derek Chauvin. If you see something, fucking say something.
Let Dr. K.
So one of
one second. Hold on. Let Dr. K finish your point, and then you can respond. But I don't want to go too hard on this because we've already done it before.
Yeah, it's so deeply rooted in that you aren't tearing it out, right? And the fact that these sort of gangs are literally protected by their union, like it's completely uncomparable to something like teachers' unions because teachers don't have fucking murder gangs that exist within them, right? Like they don't have.
Well, you don't know that,
jump out
You
boys.
can't say that definitively.
You don't know that.
That's speculation, Dr. K.
I mean, I'm pretty familiar with teachers' unions, right? So like, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say they don't have gangs within them.
Have you ever badmouthed an English teacher? I didn't think so.
It's aliens.
Alien teachers.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, so look, we have to talk about what we want the police force to look like, right? It's easy to criticize any institution without but
I've heard good
proposing
arguments
solutions is a lot harder. But one of the problems that I have with the argument, like, oh, other cops should stand up, is there's no way for them to do so without there being like retributive action, right? Like,
well, that's
the
the problem.
union is supposed to be for.
That's
no,
why
I know,
they're
but that's
bastards.
what I'm saying, right? Yeah.
But
so
it works
what
in
are,
the other
but
direction.
somebody just said, like, if you're a good cop and you see somebody doing something, then you should say something. But to who? Who are you going to tell that doesn't just end up in you getting fired or
exactly.
you getting hazed or
So,
something?
but see, that's
Dog whistle to the
literally
media.
case. That's it right there. That's why all
Or not
cops
dog
are
whistle,
bastards.
whistle blow to the
right
media.
there. It's not now good cops. There are some good cops who would actually stand up, right? They exist, but then they are quickly
If they
thrown
have the
out.
means, yeah.
They quickly throw out. So you're saying that there's good apples, right? Like the common refrain is like there's just a few bad apples, right? That spoil the bunch.
10%.
No,
I don't think it's few bad. I don't think it's a few bad apples.
yeah,
I think it's a majority of bad apples.
Okay, great. Then we're not too far then in our pain on this. And anyone who is good, they'll get corrupted, or either they'll get corrupted or they'll just like go along and get along, which means they're part of the problem, right?
Part of the issue is you have cops that don't live in the areas that they're protecting and serving.
Yeah,
so
and
they don't give a
1,000
shit.
fucking problems.
Yeah, this goes into what I wanted to talk about. I heard a good something that I think sounds nice. I'm not sure about the practicality of it, but community policing sounds pretty good from what I've heard.
Oh,
or
yeah.
at least more community centered police forces.
It's amazing.
Oh wait, who's the big disagree? I hope I didn't say anything dumb. I don't know too much about this position, but
my worry about community policing is you get people lynched out in the streets just because of this or that without all the evidence.
No, that's not the premise.
That's not how that works.
Pretty sure community policing doesn't mean just.
Well, you're not talking about vigilantism?
No.
Community policing is a specific policy.
All right, so what's the difference?
It
Look,
just means
you
that
don't have to
police
laugh at me. I
officers-
don't know that. I'm not
I'm
informed on
pretty
the
sure it means
issue.
that police officers are supposed to be from the communities that they police.
Okay, too easy. So that's how it used to be 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah,
right?
but there's a little bit.
You had the
yeah,
cops
there's a little
that
bit more.
basically lived and worked in the town that they lived in, right?
I wasn't laughing at you, Swap. I was laughing at the statement, as I was saying, because community policing has nothing to do with your local neighborhood watch that keeps your neighborhood safe on their own. Because you know who was part of the neighborhood watch? The person who killed Trayvon Martin. I don't say his name anymore. I don't say his name anymore because I don't want to give him any attention. Community policing is literally the premise of there's a communal respect between communion. There's a relationship between your police and your community. You know your police's names, you know where they are, you know all the individuals who work there, and they know you. And it's even more, it's the purpose of that is when we have a relationship with our police, when a crime happens, we're more likely to call the police.
Yeah, because you know that guy and trust him. Yeah,
exactly.
I'm totally on board with that. I just didn't know what we were talking to.
Yeah, you can't know everything,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a cop that's within the community that cares about everybody that lives in the community. Everybody knows him. Everybody trusts him. That's cool. I like that.
Literally every cop is Miles
Another,
and he has a hot.
another thing we should do is probably. Yeah, another thing that'd be good is civilian police boards, something that Dinkins implemented in New York and got killed by probably the worst governor in America, Rudy Giuliani. But basically, it's a civilian overwatch board, so they overwatch police action and can dole out disciplines and recommendation.
Hey, we can talk as much shit. Rudy Giuliani now is trash, but he did get the mobs out of New York, which I think is a big deal.
He was trash.
Overall, he's a piece of shit.
Trash.
But he literally got the mafia.
Was bad, but he got the mafia.
He's always been trash.
Yeah, that's not true at all. Benito Mussolini was always trash. Fucking Giuliano got the fucking mafia out of New York. I don't think we can just throw somebody under the bus.
Manhattan. All he did was gentrify Manhattan.
No, that's not what happened at all. Because I lived over there. So
yes, he pushed all the mobs out to Brooklyn. He
he got rid of all the 5 families. He got the 5 families in jail. Yeah, that's a bad thing, right? Getting racist ass Italians out of fucking New York City is a bad thing. Yeah, I got it.
When it comes to bad governors, right? and acknowledging their good policies, you do not, in fact, have to hand it to them.
Yeah, obviously his Trump simping is terrible. He's an idiot, blah blah blah. But he did reduce crime in that fucking place for a long time.
So
Honestly, everything I heard about him. Oh, sorry.
And he wasn't like Cuomo who started the stop and frisk shit either. So it is what it is.
I'm not.
Imagine being able to reduce crime without stop and frisk, right?
Wasn't that Bloomberg? If I'm not mistaken.
Okay, yeah, that was Bloomberg. Sorry.
Giuliani started.
Cuomo just put people in nursing homes and killed them.
Oh my God. Giuliani like
so illiterate on.
So I don't know enough.
Because,
I don't know enough
So
about, and this is pretty niche, so I kind of want to expand this to something else because this is really niche, and I don't. I don't think many people know enough about this to comment on it. All right. So I was thinking, yeah, Pisco agrees with me that I think Giuliani is actually quite bad. So I was thinking, we could, unless Pisco wants to come on to talk about that thing with the jury trials. I was actually curious what his opinion was on there, like whether we should have jury trials. So there's that, but there's also I wanted to talk about like how difficult it is to reform institutions. Because there's multiple powerful institutions. There's policing is one of them, right? But there's multiple powerful institutions today in our lives that we could recognize have issues, but seem impossible to reform. Why that is, and like what we could actually do about it, right? There's police unions, but of course there's also the Catholic Church, frankly, a institution that should disappear. Both organizations that do criminal actions, but can't seem to do anything about that. So Pisco is going to come, so I'll probably do the jury thing first, because I definitely want to hear his opinion on that. But then I want to talk about those institutions and see, like, can they actually be reformed? Is that a possibility? But on the jury thing, I'm wondering, like, is there a better option? Like, is because other countries, as far as I understand it, please correct me if I'm wrong. Many other countries don't use jury trials. Do they know something that we don't? Sorry,
we don't have that shit yet. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah. So sorry. So do you have a judge that decides, or a panel of judges that decide the cases, or?
We basically, in most, it kind of depends, right? In like high-profile cases, there's actually a mix of judges and like laymen, I guess. That's kind of a jury. But,
yeah.
Well, it's not really a jury, I think. It's like basically in like high-profile like murder cases or some shit like that. You basically have like a couple judges and a couple laymen that I think there's supposed to be more laymen than judges, but like they get equal votes or something like that. But most of the time, you just have like one judge residing over the case, or like a small set of judges. But also, our entire trial system doesn't really work the same way for Americans.
What?
One second, wrong headphones.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yo, what's up? You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, what's up?
Cool. We're live, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I had the wrong headphones on. How y'all doing?
Fine. Can we see your beautiful face?
Yeah. One second.
Yeah.
All right. We're good?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. What's the question? There's a jury trial stuff. Someone's talking up Giuliani. What's going on?
Maybe we can stop back on the Giuliani thing, because I don't know enough about it to adjudicate it. But in terms,
I think it's bullshit. Every time you have some sort of like causality, like Giuliani lowered the crime rates, I think that's bullshit. These are economic forces that push people out of extremely expensive areas and trends that Giuliani has no control over. And especially Giuliani in terms of a lot of his policies on squatters, on drugs. I don't think that you can point a direct line from his police enforcement policies and a reduction in crime. So I would want anyone who makes that claim to back it up with some kind of like causal link or causal chain.
Swamp Fox?
Stop and frisk didn't work?
What's your evidence that stop and frisk worked? Or what does it mean for stop and frisk to work?
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Prime.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine, but go ahead.
So stop and frisk was the intent was to lower gun crime. The gun crime.
What is stop and frisk?
Stop and frisk is the reason. No. Beyond a reasonable doubt that a cop has to is not a reasonable doubt. I'm saying the words wrong. Is it reasonable suspicion?
They got it. There you go.
Reasonable suspicion. It's beyond a reasonable suspicion.
That, well, it is a reasonable suspicion.
This guy may be doing something illegal. He may have a weapon on him. I need to stop this guy, ask him a few questions.
Yeah, so stop and frisk. It's the constitutional term for it is a Terry stop. There's a Supreme Court case called Terry versus Ohio, and that essentially allows police officers to temporarily stop someone, detain them, a constitutional stop, even though they don't have probable cause to arrest you. And so when you say they implemented stop and frisk, what you're assessing, stop and frisk happens all the time without an explicit policy. Presumably, if a cop stops you, right, because they're not arresting you, but you're not free to leave, you're being detained, right, and that's a Terry stop. So when I ask, stop and frisk, the policy, what would it lead to? Was it successful? I'm asking, what exactly did Giuliani do with respect to stop and frisk, and how do you know, or why do you suppose that it'll have an effect on the overall crime rate? More so than things like poor people leaving the city, which is what happened en masse. And if you look at prices now in the city, it's crazy.
But if you speak to actual people who live in those communities, especially those low-income communities, they say that, like, as a matter of fact, I have several family members. I know people. I've done polls because I was part of the Jacob Javits Law program in high school, and we spoke to communities, and we went out and took polls and saw how it had affected community. And then I had one person say to me, when stop and frisk stopped, it wasn't like a legit policy that they were enforcing. It wasn't going by the name stop and frisk anymore. It became something else, like you said.
Well, no. What I'm saying is stop and frisk is a way of analyzing constitutional interactions, street encounters with the police. And the question is, what is the institute? Yes. So police in New York did institute the stop and frisk policy, which is them repeatedly doing this kind of thing. And the question is, to what end? A lot of these stops, you used anecdotal evidence of talking to someone and thinking it was more safe or something. I think that's precisely the evidence
it's likely. Not that it was more safe. It's just that it was less guns on the street, less violent weaponry.
Again, I want to disentangle the correlation and causative effects of different policies. I think that New York has been experiencing a great deal of gentrification and essentially pricing poor people out of the city. That's going to have an enormous effect on the crime rate because, of course, poor people are much more likely to commit crimes than wealthier people. And there's also evidence in those. First of all, there's evidence that the policy was racist. And there was a big, I think, a lawsuit about stop and frisk, and I don't actually remember how it turned out, but I think the end result of it in the Second Circuit or something was that it was a racist policy, right?
The only point I was trying to make about Giuliani was that when he was Attorney General, the five families and the mob got brought down or taken down a peg. Like they're not as prevalent. And the problem that I have with the five families and the mafia and all that other shit goes back to the union argument. They made unions dumb, and there it goes.
They made unions dumb. I mean, there's a long and storied history.
They extorted the unions and made them shitty.
I mean, unions have been investigated for connections with organized crime. It's a storied history in the 20th century. I don't know.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is everybody's shitting on Giuliani. Like, I don't fucking like Giuliani at all, but I'm saying as Attorney General, he brought the fucking five families down. This happened. You can look it up.
So I don't know. You're attributing to Rudy Giuliani work that's been done under RICO and with federal prosecutors. This is the
Attorney General getting them all thrown in prison for life.
Federal prosecutors as well. Don't pretend it's just state prosecutions by district attorney or attorney general in New York. I don't understand why you would pretend to put this whole of government effort on racketeering and organized crime on Giuliani when there's just as fierce federal response. It's a simplistic outlook, just like saying things like, Reagan improved the economy just because there's a correlative effect.
Did he though?
During a period of time. I mean, what do you know about Rudy Giuliani's prosecutorial efforts? What do you know about it other than the memes that he reduced crime? What do you know? Who did he go after? Right? What kind of techniques did he use that were different than other?
He used the RICO Act.
I mean,
yeah, like you just brought up, he used the RICO Act and they surveilled the 5 families and then they went to fucking jail.
Prime, I'm gonna hop off. Thanks for having me. I enjoyed talking with everybody. Love you guys. Look forward to seeing y'all again next week.
Take care.
Nice to have you at it. I think that you should be a little bit more humble about the extent to which and we know what's going on with prosecutors' offices, and without bringing to bear some kind of evidence that what Rudy Giuliani did was extraordinarily smart, insightful, or different than what federal prosecutors are doing or other state prosecutors are doing. I think we have to be careful. It's like saying that Rudy Giuliani is responsible for. I hate the after 9/11 kind of America's mayor feeling of Rudy Giuliani, when really he did a lot of scummy shit.
Like I said, I don't like Rudy Giuliani, but you can not like somebody and still attribute things that
you can't attribute without evidence, right? So you're
yeah, can. He led the federal prosecution of New York City's mafia bosses in the 1980s and conducted the city's civic cleanup as mayor from 1994 to 2001.
Okay, so
I can read the whole fucking article if you want me to.
You're gonna.
I just want to cut in that you said you did like Rudy Giuliani. That you thought he was a good mayor.
Oh God, get the fuck out of here! When did I say that?
So
I said you can hate the guy for his Trump simping and everything else, but he did do some good shit in New York City. That's what I said. Go clip it and then come back to me.
I'm pretty sure you said he was a good mayor.
Yeah, you're pretty sure, but go be sure and go watch the VOD and clip it.
I think you have a vague, a vague comprehension of some things that you think Rudy Giuliani did and some things that happened under his tenure. Surely, I mean, crime did go down. Crime was a huge issue in New York City for a long time, and it did go down, and partly during his tenure. But be careful about the limits of your expertise here. And I would be careful to attribute. There are a lot of people in New York City. Law people who don't think too kindly of Rudy Giuliani and his tenure. I know a lot of housing advocates don't think kindly of Rudy Giuliani and what he did to people, forcing them out of places that they were living in.
Yeah, so Rudy was the federal attorney general, not the state.
He was a U.S. attorney.
Yeah.
Yes. So
him and the Fed kind of go like hand in hand, right?
Well, I was curious.
So what argument are you making here, Pisco?
No. So for one is he's not ever the attorney general. He was a U.S. attorney.
Yeah.
Right. So that's
and he brought down the 5 families.
Okay. So it was a whole of government effort, right, to tackle organized crime. There were laws passed by Congress to tackle this issue, and so I think you need to. The fact that
I think that's a stupid argument. Would you accredit Abraham Lincoln of freeing slaves? Or would you accredit the other congressmen and the other senators that also voted?
No.
So that's a stupid fucking argument. You're making the same argument. I'm saying, okay, so did he or did he not? Was he not the state's attorney? Did he not run the prosecution of that case?
What case? There's a lot of cases. If you look in like criminal procedure law and criminal law and all these the textbook stuff, half of these cases are freaking prosecution or like evidence cases. They're like
so 1985 to 1986, Giuliani indicted 11 organized crime figures, including the heads of New York's so-called 5 families.
He was a U.S. attorney. Just be careful.
Okay, there are a lot of you're all over the place here. You're all over the place here.
No, I'm not all over the place.
Yes, you are.
What I'm telling you is there's a lot of U.S. attorneys, right? There's over 90 U.S. attorneys. They all do good work for the most part, right? The generic U.S. attorney does work, right? And so if you want to pick out and exemplify U.S. attorney, you have to be able to like compare and contrast. Like, he was way better than this other U.S. attorney, and I know he's better, right? Because first of all, I know his position. I can compare him to other people at the same time, and not just kind of this like loosey-goosey. I've heard he's a good person, right? What I'm demanding of you is like
So it wasn't Abe Lincoln that freed the slaves. It was the senators and the congresmen.
Hold on, stop saying
Abraham Lincoln,
that's wrong too.
That's a stupid argument that you're making.
Abraham Lincoln,
Elon Musk doesn't make the rockets, so you can't attribute him to the success of SpaceX.
For one, is Lincoln prosecuted the war that brought about the end of slavery. He issued the Emancipation Proclamation as a war effort to
with the support of Congress. Yeah, he didn't do it by himself.
Unilaterally, executive action.
The
Emancipation
13th Amendment was not executive action.
The Emancipation Proclamation was.
Yeah, but the 13th Amendment that matters because
war, right?
under the Emancipation Proclamation, people weren't all free. It was only the fucking northern states.
That's
so
correct.
the 13th Amendment is what matters here, right?
Hang on.
You know, to your argument, this is the same.
It's just a stupid argument. People are
no,
like, "Oh, he knew it all."
Okay.
Just because, like the point I was trying to make, if you don't like the guy, that's cool. But you can also attribute things that he did that was good to that person. Like that's the same argument. Like, oh, fucking Elon Musk is an engineering fucking rockets.
So
but
it's a very boring point to make. Yeah, some people have good qualities and bad qualities, and also to compare, Lincoln's global effect on the end of slavery to Rudy Giuliani's effect on organized crime, I think is an insult to Abraham Lincoln and to the history of our country.
I honestly think you don't know enough about the topic, but because you think you're a lawyer, you think you do know enough about the topic.
I mean, you called him the Attorney General. And you're accusing me of not knowing enough.
State's attorney. Okay, cool.
There's two different criminal.
So who indicted the 5 families, Pisco?
What do you mean, who indicted?
Who indicted? Yeah, who indicted them?
Oh my God!
Swamp Fox, wasn't it a team of lawyers who brought that case? Matter of fact, who initiated the case? This is what I need to know.
I don't even know what case you're referring to. I mean, there's a lot of cases.
Either. Swamp Fox is because I can't believe you trying to equip.
February 25th, 1985 through November 19th, 1986. Giuliani indicted 11 organized crime figures, including the heads of the New York so-called 5 families.
He was the U.S. attorney.
Under RICO on charges including extortion, labor racketeering, and murder for hire. It doesn't say all the other guys that were involved in the case indicted them. It says Giuliani indicted them.
Hold on. So, Piso, can you explain the job of the U.S. attorney?
Yeah. So every in the country, we split them up into like circuits, right? First circuit, second circuit, third circuit, first circuit, and within those, there's also districts, right? And each district has its own U.S. attorney. There's 93 or 4, I forget, districts total, and each one of them has their U.S. attorney. And so the U.S. attorney position, for instance, the Southern District of New York, that's where Manhattan is, it's a very important position. There's been a lot of news and controversy over who the U.S. attorney of SDNY is. U.S. attorney, by the way, of SDNY is arguably the second most important prosecutorial position in the country, arguably, right? Number 1 would be the Attorney General of the United States. But in terms of federal prosecutions, the biggest ones come in SDNY and in New York generally. And so it's no surprise that as U.S. attorney, Giuliani would have brought cases, right, successfully. Usually it's line prosecutors, assistant U.S. attorneys, were the ones who
he had nothing to do. He had nothing to do with the case.
Yes, of course, U.S. like Rudy Giuliani.
Oh my God, that's the fucking point I've been trying to make this whole time.
It sounds like you're attributing the complete erasure of the 5 mob boss. I was about to say crime. I was thinking something else.
That's one problem. So one problem is the
Who tries the case? Who tries the case? Is the U.S. attorney or like some random lawyers?
So the assistant, well, it depends on the case. Typically, it's a line prosecutor is the one to bring in the case. I suppose it's possible, and it's possible that Giuliani himself, try. I'm not talking about trying a case. Obviously, the U.S. attorney has bigger picture stuff to worry about than literally trying the case. What I'm trying to say is the following: if you're going to make a comparative statement like Giuliani did a really great job on this X period, you should know a little bit about the work of a U.S. attorney and be able to be like, well, he was good compared to like Preet Bharara, who was U.S. attorney in X period, right? And so just saying, he was great at this, well, of course he's doing the job of U.S. attorney, so he's going to be bringing some cases. But I think you have to consider the counterfactual.
So he succeeded at being U.S. attorney and got the 5 families in jail, right?
I don't know. I mean, rewind the tapes back, and Giuliani's not U.S. attorney, and put it in the hands of someone else. And do you see a difference? I mean, you have to produce evidence. Like, no, he
like this is such a small argument about the things that I said, and we're like so focused on it. But
can we move on? Like we've been looping about Giuliani for like 20 minutes.
We can go to the jury topic.
Giuliani wasn't worth this much time of my time. So can we move
You were
on?
saying things like he reduced the crime rate, but by
well, yeah, I said that he got rid of the 5 families. Sure.
All right, we can move on. I mean, I just think be careful about making those statements. A lot of people are very critical about Rudy Giuliani's tenure as prosecutor, and certainly as a lawyer. In recent years, it's been absolutely atrocious, despicable.
Yeah, Giuliani is trash.
Anything good he's done in his past has been totally wiped away by all his lawyering in recent years. It's frankly disgusting. It's a shame to lawyers as a profession. So
yeah, Giuliani was chill until he started working for Trump. I get it.
No, he wasn't. He really wasn't. I promise you that.
He's always been that way.
I didn't hate the guy during 9/11, and I remember Giuliani.
It's because you have you have general thoughts about trends and time periods, and that's your view on the world.
No, I just lived through it. It's my lived experience.
It's all correlation and it's all anecdotal. Who I talk to and what they say to me and the stories I hear. I understand that's wonderful to hear and to be like totally confident that you have the right answer. That's not how my mind works. And I hope the audience doesn't think that way.
Giuliani
a bad clock is right twice a day.
Giuliani was straight garbage even then, even during 9/11. The choices that he made, the choices that he made were selfish. Like there was that thing about him and his mistress, right? That
that's not political though.
It matters because it involved his office, where he placed, if I remember this correctly, like the response team. For 9/11, like for the immediate attack, right? The response team, his placement of the headquarters was in an area that it shouldn't have been, but only because it was close to his mistress. So he was just like, "Oh yeah, you can come over." Like it was a thing he did. Like
that's government 101.
But no, okay, all right.
Like look at Arnold Schwarzenegger's bullshit. I mean, everybody in politics has these ridiculous scandals. I'm not simping for Giuliani. I made the comment that he got rid of the 5 families. That was it.
It's not a big deal. We can move on. It's fine.
Like fuck Giuliani. Okay. I'm saying it right now. Right. There you go.
Hey, Captain Shit, right?
All right. So the reason I had called you in here, Pisco, is because of the jury trials, right? We were talking about Derek Chauvin, and the point has been made that this is an extremely well-known case, and as we know, the juries to try to find people who aren't familiar with the case. So this event that blanketed news, right, across the world, right, globally, people were talking about this one case, and spawned protests, spawned a whole movement, right? And let's say they were successful in finding 12 individuals who did not know about that, right? Why would we want to be judged? Anyone want to be judged by 12 individuals who are so uninformed and not in touch with anything? Like, so these I don't have confidence in a group of people who don't know something about this, don't have some sort of opinion about this one story. Like, what were they doing? Please explain. Like, so my question is that, like, our jury trials, should we have them? Because as I understand, there are many other countries, and our German friend here, Purple, was telling us about the German system a little bit, and that they don't have jury trials, at least not as we have them. Is this actually the best way to go about things? Should we explore other things like a panel of judges, maybe? What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, the jury system is one that has been vexing for the United States criminal justice system for years. So much of, I would say, the kind of the civil rights, post-Civil War amendments and racial litigation, what I mean is pro-equality litigation, has often been centered around the question of impartial juries and whether or not Black people are allowed to be on the juries. Oftentimes they were not allowed, or prosecutors got away to get all white juries. And so it's an extremely sensitive issue, still being litigated today. Recently, I think the case is Ramos versus Louisiana, where the Supreme Court finally decided now to require unanimous juries to convict someone. And I think there was 1 or 2 states, maybe Washington and some other state, maybe I think Louisiana, which later repealed it, which didn't have unanimous juries. The Constitution, as you know, guarantees a criminal trial, at least in the case of felonies and most misdemeanors. And so it's a system that we have. Question about whether or not it's worth it, I think it's a harder one to solve. so much time and effort and energy is put into selection of juries. I don't know if how many of you guys have watched the now I'm gonna remember. I think it's called The People versus OJ. It's that OJ movie, or like
with
series.
Cuba Gooding Jr.
That's right, yeah. And you remember like all the scene where they're like picking juries and trying to strike them, because so much revolves around them. You have a set of picks which are you can strike juries for no cause, and then you can strike them for cause infinitely. And the goal is on the part of both prosecution and defense is to try to get impartial juries, or at least people who partial to their side, I guess. It's very, 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 very hard. And I'm also thinking about like the Trump case, right? If Trump were ever to be indicted in Georgia, let's say, or New York, how the hell would you get an impartial jury? I think you have to just be really, really thorough and try to get jurors who they'll presumably know, but who can try to put aside their political leanings or something. And unfortunately, what else do we have? I mean, I've heard that perhaps you could have a bench trial, but ask the defendants in those cases, would you rather have a bench trial or jury trial? And I don't know how many of them would rather have ask Trump, would you rather have a bench trial or a jury trial? Ask Chauvin. I mean, you can waive the right if you want. You can waive the right to a jury trial and just go for the bench trial, just have the judge listen to everything. But what you find is most criminal defendants don't do that. But it's an option. If a defendant wants to, they can have a bench trial.
I think they should try people the same way the military does, where they end up in Leavenworth, and they don't really get a whole bunch of representation.
That's awful and disgusting. And I totally condemn.
Well, if you're going to hold 1-to-1 standard, I think you should hold everybody to the standard.
1-to-1 standard and hold everyone to that standard. Yeah, that standard is called a jury trial.
Yeah, well, why doesn't the military not get a jury trial?
If you're a military member, you commit a crime in the civilian world, you do get a jury trial.
Yeah, but
what?
Okay, Pisco. What I'm saying is, fucking people get tried and thrown in Leavenworth for less shit than what Chauvin did. That's the argument that I have.
Are you arguing that we shouldn't have?
I think Chauvin should be held to the UCMJ. That's what I think.
You do? Typically, civilian.
Yeah, because he would have already been in jail fucking 3 months ago.
You think that's right? I mean, you don't care about due process or criminal procedural rights.
When you're a police officer and you get to carry a gun and fucking and simp on people and treat people like shit, I think you should go to jail just like the military does.
I hope you're never a juror.
That's crazy, right? Like military people in combat that have to make decisions last minute get thrown in Leavenworth right away, but Chauvin gets to spend fucking 6 weeks picking a jury.
I mean, if I had it my way, everyone would have I'm always in favor of more criminal procedural rights. I don't know why you think we should race to the bottom and equalize downward instead of equalize upward. If you have a problem with the military system of
I think cops should be held under the same uniform code of military justice.
Why not have everyone have that standard and standard for all?
Because everyone's not getting paid by the state like cops are.
Oh, so getting paid by the state is the point of. So I guess a public.
Well, why are military members held to a different standard than cops?
Hold on. We are not. Stop, Pisco. Hey, Swamp Fox. Before you fucking run your mouth about shit you don't know.
Oh, really?
Military to military. When you're in a court martial, you do face a jury trial.
Yeah, but who's in the jury?
Jury of your peers.
So other military people.
I don't know what you. I mean, it sounds like you're advocating for less procedural rights for anyone who's paid, quote, paid by the state. And I don't know why. What the hell does that include?
No, I just think it's ridiculous I just think it's ridiculous. There are people in Leavenworth for doing shit like less shit than what Chauvin did.
Okay, there are different standards applied at different times to different people, which have different consequences.
Yeah, cops have privilege. I get it.
There's states in this country where marijuana is legal, and there's other states where people are facing lifetime sentences for 3 strikes you're out.
Yeah, that's dumb.
So if you're mad about unequal distribution of the application of the law, you have a lot easier places to start than.
I think people that kill people. I think people that murder people should get capital punishment.
The whole question in this trial is who killed whom, and one of Chauvin's.
Yeah, Chauvin killed George Floyd.
That's the whole point of the trial, right?
Yeah, exactly, and he should get shot against a wall. That's how I feel.
All right, that's great for you. Like lovely, it's lovely in this country. We have a dispassionate or we try to have a dispassionate criminal justice system where we just don't decide things because a swamp fox says he just knows he's guilty. It's wonderful that you have this omniscience and you can just know when people are guilty and you can just decide for us. Maybe we should run all our trials through you and you can just
Pisco, why are you simping for racist cops so hard though?
You think that's what I'm doing?
He's not talking about the specific case. He's just arguing about in general.
No, what I'm saying is you'll have one freaking order of business for the military and one for civilians. I don't understand that.
Equalize up. Why are you equalizing down? I mean, you're identifying a problem. Like,
there are people in Leavenworth right now that have done.
You said that now
things.
like 4 times.
Yeah, what I'm saying is you don't understand. It's like I've never heard you make this argument that fucking the USCMJ is bullshit, but you're cool with Derek Chauvin having fucking 6 weeks to pick a jury. That's bullshit.
I'm not a military expert. One of the reasons why we have this separate system is the country has recognized that having trials in the middle of like war is something they don't want to get involved in. I don't, I'm not an expert.
So only the poor people that aren't cops that have to go have to get held accountable.
Dude,
okay,
the world is unfair. I don't know what to tell you. And like, yeah, if I had it my way, everything would be with the trial. But the decision, the rationale behind it is, in times of war and conflict, we don't have time to go through all the same criminal procedural rights. That's why like things like the Fifth Amendment and stuff have like specific carve-outs and stuff. I don't know about that policy rationale. That's the rationale as described to you. If you have a problem with it, talk about it, but don't try to equalize down unless you have some.
I mean, I think due process for murder is bullshit.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
That's when due process is the most important. When the crime is really, really horrible.
When you murder somebody, you should die on the spot.
The whole question.
If you murder somebody, dead. That's the answer.
I have to have this heard. The whole point of Chauvin's defense right now is Chauvin is trying to say he didn't kill him. You know why he's saying that?
Because he has a police union to back him. Yeah.
No,
sure.
because his argument is I didn't cause the death. That the
How
drugs
did he not?
caused the death.
Yeah,
that's his argument. He's going to bring on some listen, I don't know.
Did you watch the video?
Yes, I watched the video.
You don't think he?
It's not about me. I would want the opportunity to present my defense. What if there comes out? What if irrefutable evidence comes out? I'm not saying there is.
Historically, cops get off the hook for even. It's bullshit.
Cool. So what to you is the point of a trial? What is the point of a trial? What is the point of sentencing someone?
Oh no.
To hold them accountable for shit. To
hold them accountable. What do you think about the system? I know that's pretty outlandish.
I think the system's fucked.
What about? Well,
cool,
okay.
Since Rodney King and probably prior to that, people have been get off.
What do you go?
Okay, what do you think of a system where you're actually trying to rehabilitate people, and not just?
We don't have that system right now.
Yeah, you don't have that, but you are right now advocating for just shooting people that murder people instead of rehabilitating them. So you can't just say that system doesn't exist right now. So wait, you're saying you are not advocating for the system because it doesn't exist right now? That doesn't make any sense, dude.
Yeah, it's silly.
What do you mean? I think capital crimes. If you murder somebody, eye for an eye, you should be murdered too.
Wait, okay, but I said, what do you think about rehabilitation as like the goal of sentencing?
Yeah, what is it? Norway that has an awesome rehabilitation
it's honestly
program?
The rest of the civilized world except you guys, but.
Yeah, I mean, I know you got all you Europeans come in here to shit on America about everything that we do that's wrong. I agree with you. I think if we had Norway's approach to rehabilitation, that would probably be better for most people. But people like Derek Chauvin should be lined up against a wall and shot. That's how I feel about it.
Way to virtue signal. I mean,
I'm not. How am I virtue signaling? Dude, like, if I do some shit that Derek Chauvin does, put me against the wall and shoot me. I don't care.
So hold on. Let's hold on. Some other people want to jump in. Hold on 1 second. Let's try Sam the human, and then Red Chinks. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't even. Do you really believe that everybody who's charged with murder should just be killed? Like one.
Yeah. I do.
Okay, so let's have an example here.
Kick him out, Prime. This is a troll. Kick him out.
This is just not true. I can't. I don't know if in good faith you can argue that you believe that every single person who's been charged with murder should be just killed.
Anyone that actually committed murder should be killed.
How do you know if someone has actually committed murder or not?
Please, let me steal, man.
If I catch you on CCTV shooting somebody in the face, I think you should get shot in the face too.
How do you know the context?
So like Derek Chauvin kneeling on somebody's neck should get shot in the face.
Dude, it's so awesome. Your system is
How
so
do you know
good.
you have perfect context for what the CCTV
yeah, I'm
has?
virtue signaling. Yeah,
How
that's
do you
what
know?
I'm doing.
How do you know that the context of what's on the CCTV is 100% accurate?
It's all true, dude. It's right there, man. It's obvious. He just killed him, bro. I just know
If
it.
I have a widescreen fucking view of somebody shooting another person in the face, it's pretty clear cut and dry, right?
It's so obvious, right? There's no things like affirmative defense.
Especially somebody that doesn't have a gun. I don't know why Pisco's simping so hard for fucking racist cops, but
We're not arguing about the specific situation. We're arguing.
No, I think it should be eye for eye when it comes to murder.
Okay, no, we heard that. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna let Sam spawn, and then we'll go to Red, and then we'll go to Kobe. All right. So Sam, finish your point, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, I mean, again, you don't know the context of the video. You don't know what's actually happened before the video. You don't know what's happened.
I watched the whole video.
Okay, but we're not talking about specific. We're not talking about the specific case. You said, in general, you made a general claim that anybody who's committed murder should be killed. And then I'm trying to make the point. The reason why we have these trials is because we can't make this argument on every single
No,
case.
it's bullshit, dude. Don't you know there's 100 people in Fort
Pisco,
Leavenworth
shut the fuck up, dude. Go read the books behind you that you probably haven't read it yet.
Listen,
I don't tell you, you're one of the dumbest.
Yeah,
people.
Go read one of those books that you probably haven't read.
Okay, all right. We're muting. We're timing out. Come on, let's chill out. All right, so Sam, finish your point. Then I got to move on to Red. And then
sorry. In order to believe this, you just have to bite the bullet on so much stuff that, like, I don't even think you want to bite the bullet on, because it'll just make you look real bad. Like, again, you don't know the context of every single time there's footage or something, and that's all I'm saying. Like, you cannot bite the bullet on this.
Okay. All right, let's go to Red.
So the first thing that I wanted to talk about is because earlier you talked about the military and how they just kind of like toss people into Leavenworth versus like in civilian trials they give you a jury, and like it's like, how do I word this? There's such a problem with the fact that like a lot of stuff that gets like publicized like this, and like sorry, this is like a little personal. So when it comes to the justice system, there's two ways to look at it. You can either look at it as a system that you're supposed to use to rehabilitate people that have like done bad things and put them back into society so that they can be a once again productive member, or you can look at it as a way that like somebody does a bad thing, so you should punish them and like get rid of them, throw them out of society, right? So when it comes to these two cases, like if you look at it in the way that like punishment, then like you're right that like sure murderers should be killed, but if you look at it from like a rehabilitation state, and like this is something that like is a major problem in the African American community, with how many people go to jail and then they come back out worse than they were when they like before they had been in jail in the first place. So for instance, I have an older brother and he's currently in prison. He gets out in June. He did some bad shit. I'm not gonna like sit here and like defend him, right? But when we talked to like the DA and like the prosecutors, and they came and together and they had a meeting, the first two initial plea deals was like no jail time, just probation, right? Because they understood that, hey, this was like a first time offense. It wasn't even a violent crime. There's no point in like ruining this guy's life, right? And then they took it up to the higher ups, because that's what you do with plea deals. You have to make sure that like this is something that like can pass. And so the higher ups didn't have that same view of rehabilitation. They said, no, this is what he did. He should go to jail. So they did this two separate times. The first time was like no jail time. It was like no jail time, 2 years probation. The second time it was like community service probation, because it was like, okay, let's punish him, like let's make him do a little bit for the community, and then probation. both times got shot down because of this mindset, and now he served 3 years in jail. He's getting off because of good behavior. So, and then in the case of the George Floyd and everything that's going around, when it comes to the justice system, you can't let like your emotions and your personal views get in the way of like justice, because when you look at the video, it looks extremely horrific, right? Especially in like if you look at certain media, that like the way they portray it and the rhetoric around the video, and then like people start throwing around the background of like everyone that was in the video. And they're like, oh, this guy's a white supremacist. Clearly, like, I don't think when he was on George Floyd's neck, he was like actively attempting to murder him, right? I don't think this is something that he was going out of his way to do. I think, and then there's two conflicting autopsy reports. If you look up the autopsy reports, the first one they did, the autopsy came out and it was like, most probable cause of death was the drugs. The second one was an independent one, in which case it was because of the asphyxiation from the kneeling on his neck, right? So there's two conflicting autopsy reports. You don't know the whole story from like videos that were shot from an iPhone. Okay, you can't piece together that whole story. So like, and like you're looking at it from a certain point of view, and you're looking at it from a certain rhetoric that's like been surrounded by the whole thing. You shouldn't like cry out for justice so much when you just don't know the whole story, right? And then I'm a fond believer of like both sides shouldn't always like just like lose a person, because an eye for an eye really, it just leaves the whole world blind. It like there's no improvement on anything if like Chavez is just killed for this, right? Like what do we gain? Like what is, because like it doesn't bring back George Floyd. It doesn't change the justice system to have this man killed. What he did was terrible if he really did kill him, but I don't think that he should like hang for this, especially since we don't even know if it was him that caused the death or if it was actually the drugs and George Floyd. I think we should let the justice system handle it, and then whatever happens, happens.
Okay. Thank you for that. And especially since it was, had a personal connection to this, I imagine it must be actually very tough for you. But thank you for sharing. It's much appreciated. Let's go to Kobe, and then I want to let in a new person, the Merle. Curious what they have to say. So we'll go to Kobe first.
For sure. So
Prime, do you mind if I?
What?
I'm just gonna sign off for the night.
Oh yeah.
So I just want to say bye.
You can just go. It's fine. But thank you. Thanks so much. All right.
I want to respond to Swamp Fox, but he can't respond to me, so I won't go too hard on anything. But I just kind of want to give some of my ideas about the death penalty. I don't agree with this idea that like murder must be met with murder, because I think it kind of promotes a unnuanced view of murder, the idea that all murder is equal. And this is just simply not true. I think that there are differences in the context in which people's lives are taken. A fist fight that escalates into a beating that escalates into somebody being beaten to death is very different than somebody, Jeffrey Dahmer. So this can't be a hard and fast rule. But going forward, I found a curious kind of inconsistency in your argument, Swamp Fox. You were arguing earlier that we should not have teachers' unions because they uphold racist institutions. It allows racist teachers and things to get off. Yet you are now arguing for a extremely strict interpretation of the death penalty, which is time and time again. So one of the most racist parts of our justice system is the death penalty courts. People are much more likely to convict a 6-foot-tall black man of crime than somebody else, right? And not only that, of course, because of the systematic situations that many black people are in, black and brown communities, they're the communities that are at the height of going to be convicted for this, right? For example, the last person executed by the Trump administration was a black man who killed his daughter 20 years ago. in the intern 20 years, he had converted to Islam, he had gotten his GED, he had went to college. He's a completely different man, and they killed him because 20 years ago he did a bad thing. That is going to be the outcome. It's going to be a lot of people, disproportionately poor, disproportionately minorities, that are going to end up dying because of this. As was brought up in the chat, there are moral quandaries with whether or not the state should kill people. I'm personally not very sympathetic to these. I do think the state does have the right to take life, but I do recognize that is a very, it's very complicated, and it's something that is a true worry. And the last thing I'd like to reference is the idea. I see this all the time, not just from you, Swamp Fox, but from other people, including people in chat. This idea that if you ever defend the guilty, you're like defending the morality of their actions. Why are you standing up for racist cops? I actually think that for our justice system to work, there needs to be people that are willing to defend the guilty. I actually think there's a courage to defend the guilty. There's a reason I think that, like, in every religion around the world, there are parables about the Buddha or about Jesus defending the guilty, because at the end of the day, they are, once you are in shackles, standing in front of the entire power of the United States government, you are the underdog. No matter what bad thing you did, you have become the underdog. And I think that no matter how bad you are, you deserve to have somebody in your corner. And in the instance of Chauvin, I personally think that he has enough people in his corner. He has a good defense team. But I don't think that recognizing the reality of the situation is defending the morality of his actions. He is a murderer, in my opinion. But the court system needs to see that through. That's all.
Okay. Thank you for that. And Swamp Fox, I'll give you a chance. I promise to give you a chance to respond to all this. So if there's things you want particular, write them down so that you can respond to something. Okay. But next I want to hear from the Merle. Hello, how are you? Thanks for stopping by, the Merles. Thanks for stopping by to the channel. Yeah, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I was just calling in because I'm actually a prosecutor, so it was kind of concerning the things that I don't know which person on the panel was talking, but the person that was talking about how, this person is guilty, just murder them, we don't need a trial, throw due process out the window. It seems as if, and maybe you guys have spoken about this when I had the channel muted and whatnot, but it just seems to totally miss the point of the purpose of what the trial is, to determine whether somebody actually does something versus, oh, well, we're having a trial, therefore they're guilty. Because if that was the case, we just wouldn't have trials. We would just, I guess, in this world, execute people as soon as they're booked into the jail system. We wouldn't even really need prisons, I guess. But I mean, at this point, if you guys are still talking about the criminal justice system, I'd love to stick around and kind of give my input. But if we're moving past this point, I'm also free to leave, because that's kind of just
what do you think of Giuliani?
Oh no, sorry.
Wait, what is that?
Ignore that. Ignore that. But we might be moving past this specific point, but we're also going to talk about juries and jury trials. I would love to have your opinion on that, on whether the jury trial system should still be a thing here in the States. We were talking to our friend Pisco here, who's a third-year law student, fantastic law student, in fact. But so we were getting his opinion on that. We'd love to get your opinion on that as well. But
I just want to note real quick, my orientation is very defense oriented. I'm going into private practice, and I'll be, for my pro bono hours, I'll be doing immigration defense, criminal defense. And you just heard a prosecutor also come up and defend the need for due process, especially in the criminal context. That should go to prosecutors. Arguably have the most power in this whole criminal justice system. I've argued that they've had the most power. Other people have done so the same. And I think that should tell you a lot about how important these procedural rights are. And they're, in fact, the only thing I think that separates us oftentimes from other tin pot democracies.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can just put one quick tail end to what he just said right there, was that even though, as he mentioned, there are defense attorneys and prosecutors are opposing parties and whatnot, I mean, I've never met a prosecutor in my life who says that we shouldn't have due process. We should just be able to toss these people into prison. That is not. I mean, maybe there are a couple that believe that.
You'd be out of a
but
job
in my
then.
experience, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, maybe it's job security. Due process is job security, I guess.
So okay. Let's let Swamp Fox respond. And if you have anything you want to get out here, I do want to move on to the jury trial thing, because I think it's a lot more interesting. We got hardcore sidetracked, but a lot of things were said, and I want to make sure Swamp Fox.
Well, the relation here, just to be clear, Prime, the relation here is Swamp Fox was bemoaning the need for a jury trial in this particular case because I don't want to pile on, but it seemed to Swamp Fox so obvious that he was guilty. So why bother going through the effort? Or at least, I don't want to misquote him. No. There's some connection between the how the system is marshaled against the U.S. military and military tribunals, and the comparison between that and the civil system for people who are ostensibly under the same kind of code of just serving the public. That seems to be integral to his argument. But I'm curious to hear his response to everything that's been said.
Please, Swamp Fox.
Sweet, I'm unmuted. All right, so this is the point I was trying to make. I'm bad at talking. I'm sorry. I'm an engineer. I don't know how to put my words together. All right, but the problem I have is that the military is held to a different standard than cops when they relatively have the same fucking job, right? Okay, like the military is not just fucking killers, okay? But military members are thrown in Leavenworth with no due process all the fucking time, and then you have these racist cops with less training that get the benefit of the doubt every time. I mean, look at this panel, benefit of the doubt, and due process. Like we all care about that, but when there's a dude that shot some guy in Iraq because they were worried about them shooting their friends, they don't get held to the same standard as cops just shooting somebody because they like to escalate situations instead of de-escalate.
So, and the question that Pisco raised, his response to you, right, which he was trying to get you to grapple with is, okay, if you think that's a problem, right, and I'll take your word for it that it is how it is in terms of these military trials, right, and that they could be unfair, right. I could see that happening in case. In fact, I don't trust our regular justice system. I'm sorry, the Merles, but I don't trust our regular justice system. So I can see that the military justice system could be terrible. So why not at least raise it to the standard of our civilian trial system rather than lowering our civilian trial system to the military trial system, which you've already acknowledged is unfair?
My biggest problem with the civilian trial system is I feel like these bad cops always get off the hook. I mean, it's happened throughout history.
See, there's like a little bit of a disconnect here, right? So you can acknowledge that there are situations in which a soldier is falsely accused, right, and put in jail, right? Couldn't that also happen with cops? Right? Like,
yeah, but what I'm saying is there's a different standard there, and when I'm saying you carry a gun and you're supposed to protect and serve, I think you should be held to a different standard than any other civilian, just like the military is. And the problem with that is that cops are always given the benefit of the doubt in every situation, and they always get off. You know, like how many people were happy with the Michael Brown or the George Zimmerman case? Like, raise your hand, please.
Well, George Zimmerman wasn't a cop.
I have to push back against this idea that like cops always get the benefit of the doubt. We had like protests across this country because of cops getting off for murdering people or for murdering people.
Yeah, but did they go to jail? Did the protests make people go to jail?
Any of the war crimes. Where were the protests when those people that murdered a bazaar full of people in Iraq? Where did that? Who cares about? No one.
You're talking about Haditha? All of those people went to jail. All of them.
I'm sorry. The Trump. I believe it's called the Niger massacre. The Trump pardoned multiple of these people. I can fact check.
Yeah. You're talking about the Missouri Square massacre. Fuck, there's a lot of those.
Yes, yeah, Blackwater.
So okay, I see your hand, Soltar, and
Blackwater is a private industry, and I think they should go to jail too.
And Pyro,
but they didn't.
I agree.
Haditha, those guys all went to prison.
And Pyro, I think
we're talking about two different things.
Yeah. I probably also imagine you want to jump in, and we're not gonna go too long on this because I feel like I'm not sure how much progress we can make here. But you guys jumped in for this, so I want to make sure you guys can state your case.
I just wanted to jump in with like one quick thing because like the examples you brought up, like the Brown case, yeah, that could be a case where I could see examples. But then you brought up George Zimmerman. That dude wasn't a cop, and that's the real fucked up thing about it. Like he was just some guy, like like neighborhood watch or some shit like that. He called the police and like. For once, the dispatchers and the police actually did their jobs and were like, hey, don't follow the kid, don't engage, and then he did it anyway. Like, so like I get your point, but like that's like not
all right. Take the Zimmerman case out of it. Just look at Michael Brown. How many people were happy with that situation? And like even the Rodney King riots or the Rodney King situation, how many people were happy with the result of that trial?
It's not an inconsistency though, and I don't see the necessary connection between arguably like the rule of war, right? The First Amendment doesn't apply with equal force outside of the country. Neither does all sorts of things outside of the country. By virtue of our constitutional structure and
No, I
aspects of how it's
think
been interpreted.
I
there
think
are
rules of
reasons-
engagement. I think the rules of engagement that apply to the military, at least for cops in the civilian world, should be even more should be even more strict.
What I'm trying
And they're
to-
not,
what I'm trying
because
to do
a
is-
dumbass cop can
one at-
shoot up
we
a
got one at a
UPS
time.
truck with a hostage
So,
in it
okay.
and get away with it.
So
I'm trying to
one at a
explain
time.
to you that just because there's a disparity in how the military has to deal with situations that might emerge and misconduct between them and cops, I don't see. And there's also a disparity between cops and ordinary people. I don't see the connection there, right? So there are rationales to have military rules be different. You may agree with them, you may not. I agree with you that cops are very often given a lot of deference in the case of criminal context. They're given oftentimes qualified immunity in the cases of the civil context. And maybe we should de-emphasize those aspects of our doctrine, or at least have checks on the natural forces that tend to push prosecutors into the open arms of the police. But I can criticize those things and still maintain a belief that due process is important. And at the same time, if I believed in the rationales explaining the discrepancy in treatment of military forces, that would all be consistent, and there would be no inconsistency there. So I think that you should advocate for more due process rights for military people. That's what you feel, and less police protection doctrines.
Are you talking about the due process? Because generally, when these cops get off in these cases, there's a burden of proof that just hasn't been met.
Or there's an affirmative defense, right? So one strong defense on the part of the cops, which is usually, they're, first of all, juries a lot of times love cops, and they'll listen to them as sources of authority. I'm sure our prosecutor friend will tell us about, the relative weight of a sworn police officer on the stand in their uniform versus average Joe. I'm not an expert there. But then also the affirmative defense, often of self-defense, of people who or non-wrongful killing, of people who are like sworn to go into someplace and to stop something happening. That is often enough to be a complete defense in the criminal context for these people. It's harder to prosecute these cops for that reason. And so I don't know, the prosecutor
and then if you do, it sets precedent. And then if you can go from one case to another, and it could be
it's hard. These are cross
between those cases, but a cop who has totally different intent and may have been protecting himself or somebody else would probably go to jail if you could use. You know what I'm saying? Like
I know what you're saying, but it's just not
very super particular about it. But they're doing it in a way where that it's so often the cop gets off. It just looks like the due process is so the due process system is so inept.
Well, no. The criminal, it's working, but it's working against you because the cops are harder cases to prosecute by virtue of them being cops, and it's hard to regulate that away. Like how do you make it? People just trust cops more, right? On testimony, typically, or sometimes, right? Not people on this panel, I'm sure, but normal people, right? And I'm not making any sort of moral or normative statement about that. That's just the way it is. And cops have a ready-made complete defense that other normal people don't have. And they can be justified in their shoot. Think about the Breonna Taylor case. I think it didn't go to trial, obviously, but what the special counsel said was the two officers who went to the door and killed Breonna Taylor, they were justified in shooting her. That was a complete defense.
They announced themselves. They said they announced themselves, even though nobody said.
Even though they shot the wrong person. Even though there's questions about how they showed up there and about the whatever thing, even all those things, right? And you have questions about the special counsel at issue as well. Even then, the cops, it was a complete defense. No murder, no manslaughter even, right? Because it was justified under the legal doctrines. These are hard cases to prosecute. I actually want to hear more from the Merles about his opinion on that.
I kind of just want to move things along. Saltar has been waiting, so I want to make sure we get the Saltar in. And then back to Merles, and then maybe we might move past this. It depends where we are, but we might move past this because there's we have a prosecutor here, and I don't know if I ever get a chance to pick a prosecutor's brain again, so I'm going to take advantage of this. So go ahead, Saltar.
Okay, so this is probably going to be a really bad take for a lot of people, but I do not believe for a second that the military personnel of our American military should ever be held to the same let's reverse that. So the police of the United States should not be held to the same standard as what the American military is held to. And that's because here in the United States, we have this whole idea that our police force, they are the order to our chaos. That's what they're supposed to be. So when it comes to the end of the day, when they commit something that could be considered a crime, we have to make damn well sure that what they are doing is a crime. Because if we admit that a police officer, our order to the chaos, commits a crime, then all of a sudden our order is no longer order. And so it's really a horrible thing to think about. But anything that's happened over the last year and a half, which we've had a lot of horrible situations that the police and the civilians have been stuck in, we have to let due process do its job, because we have to believe at the end of the day that the police are going to do what is best for the American public. And if the instant we don't believe that, then we no longer have faith in our American police force. And that's bad. Because if we don't have faith in our American police force anymore, then we have no faith in order at the end of the day.
So
and we cannot believe in our American police force.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's fine.
Let's go to the Merles. If you can respond to anything that you've heard so far.
Yeah, I'll respond to the idea of the status of officers, and just to clarify my position in terms of myself, I am not like a 10-year prosecutor who's handled felony murder cases. I'm a newer prosecutor. However, I have spent time in offices and I have worked on felony cases and misdemeanor cases. But I mean, we can talk about. I mean, think of the most basic case that you have. Think of a speeding case that you have. Well, what's a speeding case going to consist of? You're going to have one officer who testifies on the stand, and he's going to tell you that he either paced the person, he either used a radar or a LiDAR. And then maybe the defendant testifies, and given that it's a speeding case, it'll be almost necessarily a bench trial. So you have to ask yourself. In that determination, for the people that don't know what that means, it would be that the judge is the determination of fact in this case. And the judge is going to be deciding based on the officer's testimony and the defendant's testimony. And what's the defendant going to say? He's going to say, "I wasn't speeding. I wasn't there that day. Maybe I've never met this officer's lying." And the officer's going to obviously testify to the fact that he did catch him speeding. And maybe there's some reasons for why you would choose the officer. Maybe he has no intention to lie, no reason to lie about this because he handles thousands of these cases. But I think that maybe implicitly is the word I'm looking for, or subconsciously, I think that's a better way to put it, is that subconsciously people are going to trust this authority figure. And that was more a point to what Pisco said about trusting officer testimony versus civilian testimony. However, an important note is that, I mean, in theory, the way that, and this kind of goes to jury instructions or the importance of jury in general, is that in theory, and I don't know your guys is familiar with jury trials or not, but in theory, at the end of the case, the jury's going to get a packet of instructions, like maybe 40 or 50 instructions or more, depending on the case. And one of those instructions is going to say that it is the role of the jury to determine the credibility of the witnesses, and that an officer does not have any more credibility than anybody else that's testifying. But I mean, whether you believe, I mean, the system is set up as a structure that the jury is supposed to follow the instructions. However, whether that works or not, only the jury members can tell you that. But and finally, I'll wrap it up. I don't want to take up too much time. But finally, the only thing that I would say is that when it comes to and like I said, I have never prosecuted a case when it comes to an officer who has killed or shot or harmed anybody. However, I can assume that the jury would definitely take it into account that, well, this is an officer he was put in a situation because of his job, and it kind of escalated out of control. And that is something that they may take into account, whether they should or not, whether that is testimony that they hear or not at trial, whether maybe it's excluded, who knows. But I mean, that I wouldn't doubt that's something that they would take into account.
So,
but what's the differentiating thing here? The Merles is speaking about differences in witness testimony, but also bringing out if it's the police on the stand, that's a different beast entirely. And we should, I think, you should consider also the situation in which you're condemning and accusing a police officer, what it would take to really try those cases, and not just from the perspective of bringing a case to trial, from the perspective of the prosecutors themselves, who have to maintain rapport and good relationships with police officers, and have to wonder about whether it's worth all this time to prosecute a really hard case.
Yeah, I think ultimately this, and I don't want to interrupt if someone else was going to say something.
No, please go ahead.
I was just going to say that ultimately, I think the way that you do that is by having a special bureau or division solely dedicated to incidents where police are alleged to have committed crime. That would be one solution, and I think that is a solution that has been taking place in certain prosecutorial agencies.
So Google Salter had their hand up. But the Merles, you're about to become the star of the show because I'm definitely going to be asking you questions.
Am I about to get grilled?
No, not grilled, but like I just really curious because I've never.
Yeah, I'll answer any question I think I can.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm going to bring a little bit of sociology into this. So, regardless of the amount of ACAB people that we have in the world, or the, cops are bad, whatever it is, I mean, at the end of the day, a jury is going to view an officer of the law as more credible than anything that any other witness is going to say. And I say this because police officers are given a certain amount of training. It's not enough, in my opinion, for what they have to deal with. Like, police officers need far more training than what they are given today to graduate police academy and become a police officer. But they, at the end of the day, are going to be given more credibility in the court of law because they are an officer of the law. They're supposed to be trained in what they're supposed to be good at. And so when you have a police officer that uses excessive force, that goes beyond the training in which that they are given, then that's when we have to bring into question, whether or not their training was not good enough. And so, and that's why I say, I will still forever say this stance. When we are going to convict a police officer, we have to make damn well sure that whatever it is that they're doing, they did. Because if we don't, then we lose faith in our entire police officers, like all of them. And it's such a tough situation in the court of law because you want to believe a police officer, you really do, but they do wrong. And so you also want to give witnesses the benefit of the doubt because they may be right in that situation. And that's really my only stance. And I'm really going to repeat that stance and in all occasions in this situation.
So
that's what I said before.
So sorry.
That's what I said. Okay, go ahead.
I'm trying to move this forward. So the Merles, I'm curious. So I know you said you haven't prosecuted an officer like involved cheating or anything like that. I understand that. But if you were, right, if you had to, it was put in front of you, would you feel the pressure that people say prosecutors feel? Because your job relies on working with the police force. Would you feel pressure as to how to react?
I mean, it's certainly possible. I mean, right now it would just be like a guessing game to determine. It's kind of hard. It's like one of those questions like, what would you do if you won the lottery? I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably tons of things. But I mean, I think it's an understandable pressure that people feel. Because the truth is that at a certain point, depending on, I mean, how law enforcement is going to be structured in the area that you live in, because as a reminder, everything is state to state or locality to locality. But depending on how law enforcement is structured, I mean, you might be working with the same 6 to 10 detectives if you're in an assigned bureau. So, for example, let's say you're in the homicide bureau. Let's say you're in like a capital crimes bureau and you deal only with homicides. You might be dealing with the same few detectives for all of those crimes. that you're handling, or if you're not dealing with them specifically, you're dealing with their friends. So there, I could definitely see pressures indicating that, which is why I said earlier, I think the best way to do it is to get prosecutors who are prosecuting those crimes to do it in a manner where they're not connected to that bureau, like a separate bureau. If it's like one or two who do it, um, not as their full function, but only when a case like that comes up.
Well, yeah, exactly. Because like there's a tribal mentality in police officers, in that you have to trust in your basically a teammate. You have to trust in them. So to admit that there is a fallibility within another police officer is to admit fallibility in yourself. And that's just not something that a lot of police officers are willing to do. So when you hear that argument that, well, if not all cops are bad, why are the good cops not calling out the bad cops? Well, they can't, because if they do, then they are admitting their own faults at the end of the day.
And I would like to just make one point, if you don't mind me interrupting.
Please go ahead. Then please go after that.
The only thing I was going to say is that I can think of a comparable situation where I can say absolutely that I would have no qualms doing it. And that would be disclosure of Brady materials. So, for example, and I can explain what that means if someone, yeah. So essentially, I don't know if you want me to explain it, or if everyone here knows what I'm talking about. So essentially,
Brady laws, I know them.
Yeah. So essentially, the state has a duty to turn over any material evidence that is exculpatory to either the guilt phase of trial or the sentencing phase of trial. And that could be evidence, and violation of this could lead on appellate review to a overturning of the trial, or if it's happening during the trial, I mean, it could lead to a dismissal or whatnot. It's a big deal, and essentially, you do not want to get hit with a Brady violation. However, I would never in my life, and the people around me would never in their life sacrifice our careers, our names to hide evidence purposefully of what an officer does. At least those are the people that I surround myself with.
Okay, hold on, but you just said it right there, right? Because that's your career, right? So in that case, the incentive is to simply disclose, right? Because it's kind of outside your hands, and it has a direct effect on your career. But like in terms of an officer-involved shooting, to throw the case, right? To throw the case, you'll be fine afterwards, right? There'll be public pressure, outrage. Oh yeah, but you'll continue, and you can continue within your department, untouched. The officers will like you. You can still rise within your career. So like, it seems the incentive structure there is different.
Yeah, so I can make an addendum to that statement. So when I'm saying Brady material, I'm not just talking about like we made a mistake. Like I'm talking about like if an officer negligently did something or purposely did something, and I know that me turning that over is gonna get this person off. Like if I know that, let's say they messed up the blood it was the what is it, the smoking gun to a homicide case. We had the fingerprints on the gun and some statements, and we've realized that the officers beat the statements out of the person, or that the officers maybe they didn't plant the fingerprint. Maybe there was like a chain of custody issue, which no fault of their own. The gun got misplaced for a minute or two, and now I have to turn over the fact that there's a chain of custody issue. That could lose you the case right there. That could ruin your relationship with that officer that you're kind of outing. But that is my duty, and I know that I mentioned it as a career issue. That was one of the things, but it is my. It's not just, and maybe that was just a little casually me saying that, but like that is my duty, my job as a member of the justice system, to make sure that the defendant has as fair of a trial as possible. Because if he I'll say that if he does not have a fair trial, then I'm doing my job incorrectly.
So I'll go to Pisco next, but I'll say, like, I'm also not judging you for throwing out the career thing. I think it's fair. I mean, it's your livelihood, so I just want to make clear I'm not passing judgment on you or anything like that. But go ahead, Pisco.
I know. I just wanted to restate it.
Two addendums to what the Merle said, and then a global observation. One is notice in the example of the Brady materials, the remedy usually is, well, you dismiss the case. Well, you down the line you can get it on appellate review overturned or something if it's prejudicial or not enough. Or I actually don't know, is Brady violations by themselves enough to dismiss a case, or does it have to be prejudicial? I don't know what the standard is, but usually it's not like, I don't think it is like the cop goes to jail. Maybe they'll get like a administrative sanction or something, or maybe if it's bad enough, who knows. A second sort of addendum, I think, to what the Merle said, which I think is all correct, is also oftentimes cops as witnesses. Not only is it important to have a relationship with them, if you want to make out your case, they're often integral, necessary witnesses. You can say, and Officer Prime, did you on or about X date go this where and see the defendant? Yes. And who was the defendant? It was like you have to make the identification. And did you go test the gun out at the ballistics lab? Yes. And what did you find? Those are necessary witnesses that you absolutely, if you want to make out your case, assuming it goes to trial, right? That you need them. Global observation. All of this is not done, in my mind, for the benefit of crooked cops. It's done for the benefit of you and me. And I think that's how we should look at this. I heard Swamp Fox saying, I'm just defending Chauvin. I'm just defending crooked cops and murderous cops. That's not why you appreciate and instill a robust system of criminal procedural rights. It's precisely to defend you when you're up for trial and you want to accuse the other side of not making Brady disclosures or of beating some answers out of you or of summarily executing you on the street because they just know you committed the murder. So that's sort of my global observation. I think respectfully, Swamp Fox, maybe I went too hard on you and I apologize for that. But I really think what you're advocating is like the height of lunacy and immorality and stupidity. So sorry about that. But
I'm sorry I went hard on you. Okay. All right.
If I can add one thing to what you mentioned about the Brady list, was that would only be that you mentioned about whether it affects the officer's career or whatnot, or I think you said that at least. And essentially, from my experience, at least in the prosecuting agency that I'm in, if a Brady violation, because you have to think about it, what that violation is. So, for example, if it were something that would impugn the officer themselves, now that Brady violation is going to stick with that officer for the rest of their career, because now it needs to be redisclosed on every single case that officer works with, because now that is a mode of impeachment right there. Every time that guy takes the stand, we're going to hit the defense attorney has to be able to hit, if they want to hit them with the fact that their reputation has been impugned.
Well, and like I just want to say, like to any prosecutor out there that actually has to prosecute a police officer to jail, like the pressure that you have to be under has got to be like just ridiculous, because when you prosecute a police officer to jail, you are most likely at the end of the day prosecuting that police officer to death, because when they get into the jail system, like regardless of what type of police officer they are, no, really, like police officers in the jail system are viewed as the ultimate evil. Like when you get into the jail system as a police officer, like you are targeted. You are the person at the end of the day that they want gone, because you were a police officer. It doesn't matter if they were the one that was responsible for you being, guilty and in jail. Like as a police officer, it's dangerous for them to be in the jail system. So like any prosecutor out there that has to prosecute a police officer to jail, like I feel so much sympathy for them, because they have a lot of weight on them as a prosecutor.
Get ready, Thamaris. Get them shoulders ready for that weight, man. It's coming.
So
I'll do some exercises.
I think part of the problem, and I still haven't forgotten the jury trial thing, so we're definitely going to go back to that, because I want to touch on that too. But part of the problem is, okay, so the Merles, you came up with the solution, having like a different office that does these prosecutions, okay? But that's only like, hopefully a competent prosecutor will actually be involved here. The other side of it is what we were saying before, in terms of the fact that the public, the jury pool, will probably put more weight, oftentimes give the benefit of the doubt to the officer, an authority figure. How can we demolish that part, right? And also, let's be real, when it's involving a black victim, right? It's going to be less less empathy directed their way. Right? We know this. So and I know that I'm asking you a really tough question, but any ideas of yours as to how to move past that?
I mean, what you're really talking about is like a sociological issue, right? Like if I knew the answer to that, I would be publishing law review articles, and not be making money, but getting some citations at least. I mean, there are going to be some solutions, but it's difficult to see because our entire system is really just focused on the hope and prayer that jurors are able to follow the instructions that the judge gives them. Like,
And
yeah,
it's a black box. You'll never know.
yeah. And for those of you who don't know, what occurs in the jury room is really between those jurors and whatever lord they believe in. I mean, maybe after the fact, like there are some ways to you can
Yeah.
like you can interview them and hope they tell you what happened, but who knows, right? Like they could be lying. Like it's and what's interesting is that in the offices that I've been with and interned at and worked at, they usually after the jury goes through and you would get a verdict, usually try to like talk to the jurors and get opinions from them what they thought was useful and whatnot, because you really have no clue. Like you have no clue whatsoever while the trial is going on what can affect what's affecting them, what's working. So I don't really know if there's what structures we could what we can place besides have the judge tell them you're not supposed to take this into account and pray that they love the justice system as much as I and all of you do.
And prosecutors are crafty, and having good defense attorneys is super important because there's a ton of objections that you can raise, like a hearsay objection or some kind of 403. Is it 403, the prejudicial one? I never remember. But there's a bunch of like objections that good defense attorneys will know, or maybe a crafty or mischievous prosecutor will let something slip, and it's not enough for a mistrial. But the judge says you are to disregard that the prosecutor mentioned you had prior convictions for marijuana usage. And like, okay,
are only the prosecutors crafty, or are also some of the defense attorneys?
Yes, also some of of the defense sometimes.
Okay, I was just checking.
But
I wasn't sure if it was only the prosecutors.
Hold on now.
Yeah,
it's not
it's the good defense attorneys are the ones that make the 403 objections, and it's the crafty prosecutors who make the 403 objections.
Yeah, that's right. It's but anyway, everyone's thinking about the prior marijuana convictions as soon as the judge says, "Don't think about it." It's the thing that they're most thinking about at the moment. So I totally agree. It's the weirdest thing that we do, but like, imagine if every time there was some evidentiary thing, you either have like a trillion motions in limine, which are like pre-motions to dismiss some evidence, or you would need to like get trial every time that some shit like that comes up. It's a really hard system. My question for you, Prime, is what's a better one? Bench trials for everyone? If bench trials for everyone was better, why don't criminal defendants do it anyway? There's some notion.
So I wanted to, because you brought that up before, and it's something I want to engage with you. I want to get Solitaire in first before we do that. But I do want to engage on exactly this. To our Australian friends, we got a few Australian friends in chat. If you could help me out, tell me. I'm just curious about other countries. Does Australia have a jury system? Do you guys use that? If not, like, what does it look like? If you just, like a very brief overview.
Crikey, mate.
Is it a panel of wallabies? It might be. It could be.
Crikey, mate. We just gather around the barbie.
But I'm just curious if our Australian friends could help us out about that. I'm just looking. All right, so let's go to Soltar, and then I really engage
really
with
quick statement. Like it's just a really quick statement in regards to like they're talking about the crafty defendant. Like I have been called to jury duty 5 times, and I have been dismissed all 5 times. And do you know why? Because my cousin is a police lieutenant for the police department that in the town that I live in. So every single time they ask the question, every defendant asks the questions, do you have a family member or someone close to you that is in law enforcement? And I, of course, have to answer truthfully, and I have to answer yes, because my cousin is a police detective. He's a police lieutenant here in my local police department. And every single time I get dismissed by that defendant for the simple fact that I am a family member, regardless of my opinions, I get dismissed because I am a family member of a police person.
So okay, so
yeah, I would dismiss you too.
Yeah, well, definitely. This is definitely what's gonna happen. This is, yeah, you'd be bad at your job if you didn't do that. Absolutely.
I just want to do my civil duty. That's all I want to do. I want to serve for a jury trial. That's the one thing I want to do.
Dude, I get it. I want the free lunch too, but like, it is what it is. It's the hard realities of life. You
I
have
still
a
got
family
paid,
member
though. You
that's
still get
police.
paid. You still get paid, Solter. What are you talking about?
Well, so I get $25. Oh,
He wants the free lunch. That's the thing. Like he
Oh.
gets paid, but like then he has to take that money and buy his own lunch versus the state buying me food.
Sometimes they give you vouchers for that.
Well, yeah,
yeah,
I'm gonna
exactly.
get McDonald's. I don't want McDonald's. I literally just want
State-sponsored McDonald's.
I just want to serve on a jury
love-
trial. I've watched enough murder shows. I want.
I want to
to
serve on one too, but they keep dismissing me as well.
If I actually might have one proposal on how to kind of better things, if I can interrupt for just one moment,
Please.
or I can get. What I was going to say was that this is one common notion. This is also going to be a pitch for all the people listening as well. One common thing that I've talked to people about, and not people like other lawyers, just like general friends and whatnot, who are also more left-leaning people. Like
Lawyers
myself,
aren't
is
people,
that-
but go ahead.
Yeah, somewhat. So the one thing that I would propose is that all these people that I talk to, they talk about how the criminal justice is so important. We need to fix the system. We need to do everything. But then when it actually comes down to it, and it comes to wanting to be on jury to do their duty as a citizen and participate on jury duty, it's always
How do I get out of this?
Yeah, it's how do I get off of it? What are the statements that I need to make sure that I don't get picked? And I understand that that jury duty is not a fun thing. You're not going to get paid very well, and that's an unfortunate thing that we need to fix. In reality, is we need to be able to pay our jurors better, so that you're not paid like $9 a day or $10 a day. But
it's good rates in Jersey.
Yeah, maybe, and that's going to change depending on where you are, what jury you're going to. But it's just sad. Like the way that we need to view it is that if you really want to make a change in the system, and of course, participating in a jury is not going to fix the system. It's not. But what it does do is make sure that people are actually being tried by a jury of their peers and not by the people that didn't want to get off. So I don't know. And like I said earlier, that's not a complete fix. It's probably not even like a 5% fix. Maybe it's like a 0.1% fix.
Hold on, but that's not the fault of the jurors. It's not wholly the fault of the jurors. See that? You got caught. Damaris, you got caught.
No, he didn't say it was the fault of the jurors. In fact, he said they need to be properly incentivized so that it is rational for them to behave.
No. I'm not just talking about the good jurors getting out of their duty. I'm also talking about the faults of the defense and the prosecution, who then through the jury selection process, I can look at this objectively because I'm not a lawyer like you guys. It's like someone said it's akin to a baseball game where you're literally choosing and excluding people who you think won't be on your team because they won't help you get to the outcome that you desire in trial. We're talking about being a juror, and you got to be fair because Purple will never ever experience something like this because he doesn't have a jury system where he lives.
Well, also because of White.
Right. So I'm kind of curious if you think it's something that's occurring at that level. How many peremptory strikes do you think that that each side gets for these offenses?
Don't you get like 2 or 3?
Well, that's a good question because it depends on the offense in the state that you live in, right?
You're the lawyer. We're picking your brain.
Sure. Well, no, I thought you might have an answer because you had the objective view on it. So I thought.
What's so frustrating for me, though, what's so frustrating for me is that, like, my company that I work for, they're so pro jury duty that, like, I will get my full wage from the company I work for on top of whatever it is that the court system is going to pay me. So it's nothing but profit for me to sit on a jury duty. So I want to so bad because I have that situation that I could sit on a jury duty and I could do my civil duty like I'm supposed to and not have any drawbacks in regards to it.
So okay. So my former place of employment actually did the same thing. But go ahead, Merles. I do want to engage on the question that Pisco asked me, but go ahead, Merles.
Yeah, I don't want to take up too much time. And I was just teasing whoever was speaking before. The purpose of what I was saying was that you are right that maybe there is an argument to be had whether peremptory strikes should exist or not, and what the role of those peremptory strikes should be. However, all that I was saying was that even before we get to the peremptory stage, there is this feeling amongst the people that I've spoken with that. That like jury duty is something to be despised of, and that this is something that we need to get off of at all costs. If that means that I have to go in court record and have my name saying that I am will be the most biased juror, I will defame my own name to do so. Like if that's the mentality that we have, and then we wonder, that we sit here on a panel and wonder why is it that these jurors just don't know what they're doing? They can't follow the instructions. Why is it that? Well, maybe there's a solution, is try to, and I'm being a little dramatic here, but try to find a way to, one, incentivize people to want to do jury duty, and two, give it some kind of, and I know maybe this is a scary word, but like patriotic duty. That like you should want to go and better the criminal justice system.
Yeah, I can one up that. I can one up that. Okay, go ahead.
Do two up it.
Given instructions.
So
we didn't hear that. Could you say it one more time?
Should the jury be given instructions?
Should they be given instructions?
Absolutely.
Yes, they should be given instructions.
Oh, God.
Wait a second. And maybe I'll let Pisco explain. I don't want to do all the talking if he doesn't want.
Sure. You just have to assume the jury is stupid. Like you have to assume that the jury that you are representing.
You would all need instructions.
They know nothing. They know nothing.
Everybody in this room would need instructions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because essentially, there are a lot of questions of law and fact that need to be answered sort of pointedly and accurately, and things that could inflame or distract the jury, and elements of crimes that need to be meted out. Oftentimes, there's multiple different crimes for a particular defendant, and each one needs to be assessed on their own merits, unless there's some kind of, I don't know, question of fact or legal question that predominates the two. And so these are often highly complicated things that need to be addressed methodically. And very often the big fight in the appellate context is over which particular jury instructions were given. And I'm sure, the Merles could probably speak to more about his experience with
I mean, that's why I brought it up, because of the factor that it plays in the jury deciding guilt or not guilty.
Yeah.
But I think it also, I know this is kind of like a not, popular term, but the fact that the jury has the right to override the law. But I think in most states, but I think in most states, the prosecution they're not allowed to give that instruction to the jury that they have that right. So
I think it's actually a crime in certain states to mention it to certain.
And I think that's the fault of the model that the jury trial is supposed to emulate, is actually a jury of your peers. So whether or not the judge tells you if the person did this, you have to find them guilty because they, violated this law. If a normal person says, you know what, I don't think this person should be guilty for that, the jury instructions can coerce them or force them to say, I have to find this person guilty because the judge told me I have to follow this rule.
So hold on. Go ahead. Sure, but I want to get to this point eventually with Pisco and all the other stuff.
I'm kind of
go ahead.
About like jury duty and different judicial systems, right? I'm kind of getting at that because if it's that hard to find an impartial jury, and also it's so hard to like educate them both on the process and on the case, wouldn't it just be more useful to just have a professional person whose entire job it is to just judge that shit? I don't know. It could be like a state employee.
That's not a good idea.
Like a judge.
About that? It works pretty well in Germany. Not gonna lie.
Salary?
What?
A professional juror? Is that what you're proposing?
Well, you could call it like, I don't know, like some
Professional
judges
fact
like a
finder.
case. You could I don't know, you could call it like a judge or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I would call it.
Professional fact finder? Isn't that a detective?
So there's a finder of fact in the case of like the determination of a trial, and that usually it's either a jury or a judge.
Or
It
like
seems like the judge is already an
adjudicator.
expert on the process, so you wouldn't have to educate him. And generally, okay, well, in Germany, maybe things are like a lot different. We have like panels of judges for court cases. Like I'm not an expert. I'm not like a law student or anything like that. I'm a sociologist. Okay.
Most law students aren't experts either, just to help you out.
Yeah, I don't know shit.
Pisco, because Thamaris, you
No, this
threw
guy's
me
a good one.
Question there. You threw me a trick question about how many preemptive strikes, because it's different based on the level of trial, and it's different between civil and
Isn't that
criminal.
what I said earlier?
There's no straight answers. There's no right answers. It's all different.
I think I said that.
Yeah, that's
right?
exactly what he said. That's exactly what he said. He said that before. Okay.
So
go ahead,
Okay.
the Morals.
I don't want to keep derailing or going anything, but I just had a quick thing to address every single point that was brought up. One about the jury instructions and why we have them, jury nullification, and the benefits of judges, or the negatives of judges deciding, being the triers of fact. The first thing when it comes to jury instructions and why we have those is that because everybody in this room, myself included, does not know every single law in the state that they live in. I mean, maybe someone in here does, but I doubt it. But one of those jury instructions are essentially statements of what the laws are. And you're right that maybe if you are given what the law is and you apply the facts to the law, that you will have to find this person guilty, even if you personally think that what they did is not wrong. However, that issue isn't really one for you to decide. That issue, whether that should be the jury instruction, is the solution for the appellate court to decide when the defense attorney says that we need to bring originally objected to the jury instruction, and now it's being challenged that this is not actually what the law says. So that's really what the purpose of those jury instructions are, is kind of just to tell jurors what the laws are. The second thing about the jury nullification, I don't really know. It's not really a topic that comes up very often for me at all. However, I think, I don't know if it'd be properly to say that you have the right to jury nullify, rather that it's something that you could do in the process of it.
It's just a fact of the matter.
Yeah, like you could find a defendant guilty based on their race, but I don't think that necessarily means you have the right to do so. It's just something that could happen in the proceeding that would be very bad to occur. And then finally, oh, sorry, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, by virtue of the fact that the proceedings are usually hidden, except for like the documentaries or papers afterwards. Since we're not monitoring what they're saying, you can say he's not guilty because his shoes are brown.
Yeah, exactly. And lastly, the only thing, the negative that I will talk about is when it comes to having like a paid jury member, or when I say that, I don't mean just like a regular paid jury member, but like a permanent one, or a judge deciding the facts. And this is just an anecdotal experience that I had when I was clerking for a judge. And no, sorry, I meant that, not clerking, externing for a judge. I have not clerked for a judge. Externing for a judge, and what the clerks told me, and we talked about this, was that essentially that if it were to occur after this federal judge having been on the bench for 20 years, 99.99% of the people coming before him being guilty, is that he would find almost every single person guilty, because he has had 20 years of almost every single person before him being guilty, that he's kind of become jaded by the system, by his experience.
I just want to move this forward because I gotta. We don't have all day. So I'm moving this forward. Pisco.
The question was, why isn't the proof in the pudding? If it's so disadvantageous to have a jury and like we can never find a fair jury, then why is it the case that defendants are seeking to vindicate their jury trial right? Must be seeing some kind of benefit, aren't they?
So we might be able to find a fair jury, but the problem is, do they actually have?
Leave it to a couple lawyers to give that answer.
So hold on, sorry, please. I just got it. I'm doing this right now. Fine. Does the average defendant have a good scope on all this? Right? Do they understand the statistics on like conviction rates from a jury trial as opposed to a bench trial? I believe you called it. Would they know
I would let you know that a couple things. One is you have to be very careful about statistics in criminal justice system, just because so many cases are disposed with before trial. There's a lot of biases in terms of the statistics of who's successful and who's not successful. Very likely, the people who are most guilty are most likely to seek out a oh my god, what's the deal? Oh my god,
Plea
a plea deal. Yeah, a plea offer. So I don't actually know the statistics between bench trial conviction rates and jury trial conviction rates. And so I don't know. Maybe Merles has more insight into what those rates are. But even sophisticated defendants seek out jury trials. Often, not always, right? But in the case, for instance, of Roger Stone, right? My thought is that he actually sought out a jury trial. Same with Paul Manafort. And in fact, one of the jurors, I think in the Paul Manafort case, was like, yeah, I just don't want to convict him because he's Trump's ally or something like that.
Just because defendants prefer jury trials doesn't necessarily mean that they're more fair. It just means they're probably more favorable to defendants, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on the substance matter, right? So here's a great example. Maybe some jury trials are more fair to defendants. That's certainly the case. But if you look up your state statute or the federal rules of criminal procedure, you're very likely to see a portion in it that says that in order for a defendant to waive his right to a jury trial, the state also has to consent to do so. And we can think of examples for why that may be. Let's say that you were found with 200 images of child sexual assault material on your phone. Child pornography, it's also known as. Let's say you're found with that on your phone. Do you really want 12 people that to judge whether you were the one whether that's really your phone, or do you think you'd rather have the judge decide? Well, maybe we need to talk about what possession really is. Is possession? Yeah, exactly. Do I really want a jury of 12 people to determine what constructive possession is when they know that I might have been in possession of 200 images of really bad stuff? Well, yeah, I would like a judge, please. So there might be instances where you want a judge as a defendant.
So okay, so there's stop. I just want to move forward. Oh god, I'm just letting him to move forward.
I just want to ask for a clarification.
You'll be fine. Moving forward. So there's multiple things. I think first of all, I think there could be other options, right, in terms of the system. So if it's simply a matter of numbers, for instance, why we could have like a panel of judges, right, or something else, right, like some it doesn't necessarily have to be a quote unquote judge, but like some sort of position in which they are educated on the law, right, and then there's a panel of them, rather than
you have to pay for that.
Trial. Oh, I don't care about the cost. Like you don't know who I am.
That's a lot of money.
I do not care about the cost. That's another thing. I don't care about that. But but I'm just talking about like what could actually be fair, and I because I feel like it's interesting, and from my understanding, and I could be wrong about this, but from my understanding, so many other countries don't have these jury trials. So I'm wondering if they know something that we don't. And again, let's kick this conversation off, and I'm not sure if you were here for that, the Merles. It was the Derek Chauvin case, like finding people who aren't familiar with that case, like how, right? How? And if you do. Like I think it's worse if you actually succeed, right? You succeed in finding 12 individuals who don't know about this massive case that spawned a global movement that was international news. Those people, they're judging. You want that? I don't know about that. So like those doesn't seem like the people I would want to have a control of my life, right? So are there other options? Other options that we could use?
You change the jury selection process. This is why I brought it up. Change the jury selection process. Instead of because you can't have the person on trial choose their jurors, have the people choose the jurors, have the community choose the jurors instead of the prosecution and defense playing baseball. Who's going to be on my team and who's going to leave? Allow the people in the community to choose the jurors, and that would make it a lot more. I would believe fair in a way of thinking.
Well, I think the reason that I would be against having a panel of judges or something like someone who's versed in the law because I do like the idea that the people get to decide. So that protects somewhat should protect people from unjust laws, and then having to follow the letter of the law when if the people in your community disagree with what you even if the law has been passed and it's on the books.
Okay.
Well, I still really think that there should be a clarification here. Like when it comes to the subject of defendants, are we talking a public defender, or are we talking a law office that specializes in defense?
In the context of, do you think the right of jury should be contingent on arrangements of defense?
Well, yeah, because like a public defender, like the unfortunate fact about like United States law is that a public defender, those poor public defenders, they
Oh, hey, stop jumping back into the. You're fucking up my. I'm gonna kick you. You're fucking your thing up.
He's been muted forever, bro.
Yeah,
Is that
no, I'm
intentional?
just kicking him.
Oh.
I
that
don't
was
know what the fuck
intentional?
is happening. You're screwing up my entire audio, so fuck that shit. All right, please try it again, Soldier, because no one heard you because my whole just got fucked up.
I really think that like there should be a clarification. If we're talking about the moment of defense, there really should be a clarification between, are we dealing with public defenders or are we dealing with a law office that specializes in defense? Because again, those poor public defenders go through so much.
But what does that have to do with the right of the jury?
Yeah, well, they still go through the same process of jury selection.
Yeah, but those public defenders are so usually like hard and strung out that like they have a hard time doing jury selection. I really believe this.
Do you think it's a separate issue? I mean, do you think the right should be contingent, or what our arrangements are on whether or not you can afford a defense attorney, a sophisticated defense attorney?
Well, and I actually think that that's subject to debate. Like if like a person that can afford a defense attorney rather than a public defender, like that should be something that should be clarified. Because
well, I don't know what that means. Does any other right work that way? So, for instance, do I have any less of a right, not to incriminate myself because of the virtue of my financial situation? I don't know that it's a good idea to think of these rights as contingent on any circumstance.
I don't want to think of these rights as contingent to my financial situation, but like capitalism, thanks to capitalism, we have to deal with that fact in the United States.
I agree. We have to deal with inequalities in distribution of resources, but I don't think the way to equalize is to make our rights somehow some totality of circumstance test on how oppressed or not you are. I would want robust criminal procedural rights, including the jury trial, for very, very, very the richest defendant ever, as well as someone who has absolutely no money. And I don't know why they're situated, other than to point out that it's something to consider in the grand scope of criminal justice reform. I agree with that.
And that's literally all my point.
Okay.
It's something to point out in the grand scope. Like that's my only point. It really is.
I agree. Like those two things don't really seem that related to me, but what I definitely agree with is everything exists in context. So I think if right now in America you were to like implement just jury panels, judge panels instead of a jury trial, shit would be fucked probably, I assume. Because like in Germany, we have like an entire different system. Our court cases have like completely different structure to them than they have in the US. So honestly, I don't think it's like a one-to-one translation necessarily. So you have to take a holistic view in some sense, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say one thing. I wanted to answer Prime's question because I'm not sure if anybody actually answered his question about what do you do with somebody who there's just a lot of media attention with. And maybe I might have missed that, but I think it is a valid concern that like media attention for a defendant could violate their right to a fair trial. However, I think that the standard that we discussed in here, or that was discussed in here, wasn't necessarily the correct standard. It seemed as if the way that you framed it, Prime, was that these jurors just can't know anything about the case, and that is ideally the best solution, right? Like obviously, in a world for any defendant, we don't want the jurors to have prior knowledge about the crime. However, the only thing that I would point you to, and I'll be honest, I didn't know this off the top of the head. I just pulled up my criminal procedure outline because it's not a case that it's not an issue that I deal with.
I always bring that out.
Yeah. Is that yeah, so you've got this case right here. It's called Irvin v. Dowd, and at the end of the case, it discussed what the right to the jury trial looks like, and it says that it is not required that jurors be totally ignorant of the facts and the issues involved. It is just sufficient if the juror can lay aside his impression or opinion and render a verdict based on the evidence presented in court. And what that looks like is in voir dire, in jury selection, what you'll have is they'll be asking them about how much knowledge they have and if they'll be able to put that knowledge aside. And if they say, yeah, I mean, that just won't be a reason for a for-cause strike. And that's really the only solution there can be. I mean, besides like transferring. Yeah, I mean, the only other thing is to transfer the case to a different jurisdiction. But I don't think that's really could occur in this type of situation.
How often does that happen?
About 4.7% of the time.
Yeah, it never happens. Basically.
What the fuck was that?
So he's
bro. You pull that out of your ass, right?
I'm joking. Yeah. That was.
Is he? Are you
my fucking sense is on?
We believe you, bro. When you say 4.7%,
you're always asking particulars, and he was just fucking with you.
Well, it's a situation that he's right 99% of the time, 1% of the time.
Yeah, 4.7% of the time. Yeah.
So you're basically saying never trust lawyers. Is that what you guys are saying?
He never said that shit. He just had this like long diatribe about like juries and the standard for picking a right jury, and your distillation of that was don't trust lawyers.
He just said well, you're right 1% of the time.
Oh, that was to that. My bad. My apologies.
That's what. Come on, Pisco. I don't know if you should be.
I'm sorry.
Man. You gotta keep up. Man.
I'm sorry. I didn't keep up.
We gotta.
So yeah. I think a purple was right to point out like jury trials may not necessarily be more fair. It's the choice of defendants, right? When you're giving two options, right? You're giving two options, right? Either have 12 random people, right, quote unquote peers, judge you, or one judge, right? Like, so if there was maybe more options available, maybe we'd see people choosing those options, right? That could be a thing. We don't know what results we would have in those cases, right? In those cases made by that hypothetical panel of legal experts. We don't know what that will look like.
I have a question for you, Prime. In terms of, because yes, lawyers are somewhat legal experts oftentimes. This came up in the context of copyright law, so it's not the criminal context. But there's this discussion in the music context of copyright. It's all like fucked up, right? To determine whether or not something infringed on the copyright. And it's like, do you look at the melody, but melodies are so similar? Do you look at the whatever? And there's this big discussion over, for determining copyright issues and whether or not there's infringement, do we trust experts, musical experts and connoisseurs to determine the fact about whether two songs are similar enough to make out a copyright infringement case? Or do we trust the general public? And the same question I would ask in the criminal context, when we're discussing like the reliability of a witness, like we should ask criminals lying? Do we ask criminologists and psychologists to like, yes, this sign right here, and we have this, right? Or is it just general ordinary people? And I'm curious what your answer is to that, maybe in the criminal context or in the copyright context. Who do you feel more comfortable with your songs?
Sorry, I got distracted. Could you repeat it in a?
Sure, I'll do it in one sentence. So, expert witnesses, expert fact finders, or lay fact finders. In the case of like music, right? There's highly intricate melodies and stuff. And should we determine copyright infringement based on what the musical experts say or what the general public's perception is? Are these pieces too similar? And you can apply that to the criminal context by assessing reliability of witnesses. You know, are we a better judge of the inherent reliability of witness, or is like a psychologist who's been training for 30 years better at sussing out who's telling the truth or not?
That's a tough question. It's a really good question. Because one, we know that jurors are swayed from all kinds of things that are nonsense, right? Like, and that's putting aside racism or sexism, right? These things play a part in how a jury reacts, right? Like how, and we have experience with that here. But like if you Pisco are grilling a witness, right? And that witness happens to be like a diminutive, like a petite woman, right? And it looks like, I mean, you're just forcefully cross-examining her, just like you would with anyone else, right? But if it looks like you're being aggressive, right, maybe you might lose the jury. Like, look at this guy's like a bully or something, right? That can easily go through their minds, right? But you're just doing your job just like anyone else, right? And what if she like started to cry? And I'm not trying to say anything about women and their emotional strength or anything like that, but if she just happened to start to cry, right, like that looks terrible on you, even though you may have like all your questioning would have been fair, right? But like it looks to them like you're a problem. And so what do, right? So if you had experts, right, like who are used to courtrooms, right, understand these things happen and it's not something to sway you, right, then maybe we'd have better outcomes.
I will just say that oftentimes in, not necessarily you, Prime, I don't want to strawman you.
Yeah, sure.
A lot of these leftist circles that we circle in and we have these discussions, the refrain is always to go to more majoritarianism or more community involvement. And my sense is the moment we started advocating for kind of experts to replace or at least provide an alternative to jury trials, I think the defense bar would be really pissed off. And I think you get a lot of pushback from the left who say, who's picking these experts? Are they all Harvard, Yale grads, and these are in their ivory towers deciding who among us is guilty? So I'll just be careful what you wish for.
No. So I'm not even wishing for this. I want to make it very clear. So all your points are the ones I've been in my mind the entire time. I'm just exploring these options, like wondering if we could craft a better system, like, you know, in fucking a half hour on an internet show, right? Yeah, sure. I'm just wondering to explore these. I'm not advocating for anything. I don't know. Maybe we have the best of all worlds within the jury system, right? Maybe this is really the best that humans can do, right? Until maybe some sophisticated AI who can handle.
I don't think anyone would say that.
Right? Yeah,
I can't speak for the Merles.
Exactly, right? So I'm curious what the Merles will have to say about all this, but I just don't know. But looking at this, the jury trial, and like the people that can be gathered, and the stories I've heard, the horror stories of like what has swayed juries. Can't we do something else? Like, is there no other options here? I don't know. And even like let's say instead of just like one judge, we had a panel of 3 judges, right? 3 judges, like you had the option. 3 judges could look at your case rather than just one person, right? Like. That's good. I know we have that happens on the on higher courts, right? Like the circuit courts, or like, right? Where they have like a 3-judge panel or something. Like, what if you had that in the criminal, like the lower criminal courts? I don't know. What do you think,
Yeah, so I would present three things, and hope I don't forget what the last 2 are. But the first one is that I have seen in certain circles that there is typically a skepticism towards judges as it is. When it comes to the different types of sentencing structures that we have, whether we want determinate or indeterminate sentencing structures, whether we see studies about, and I've never done in-depth research on these studies, but you know, you've seen those studies where it's like, oh, the judge gives harsher sentencings after he eats his McDonald's for lunch than before, or easier, lighter sentencings after McDonald's and harsher ones beforehand. So I don't necessarily know if they are. I think it's dangerous, and I'll be honest that before I entered the judicial system, I had this view of the judiciary as if they are these almost like not godlike, but they are these like not infallible because they get overturned, but close to it, where they have thought through these legal issues and they have just kind of done it. And then you go into the courtroom and you argue an objection or some type of motion, and you're like, wait a second, I know I'm right, and I know the law says, I will read you from the case where it says I am right on this matter, and they tell you you're wrong. So I don't necessarily know. I think from the outside perspective, it is easy. And don't get me wrong, I'm not disparaging the judiciary. I think that they are just making the best decisions with the evidence that they have in front of them, and the same way that a jury would be doing so. However, However, the second point that I would point out, and I think that's the thing that we're missing here when we talk about this, is that, and this is more a question for you, is that do you think that there's some type of benefit that comes from having a jury of your peers? Do you think that it's possible that if we were just to try to collect people, a very small subsection of people who actually go to law school and make it through law school, I can tell you that a lot of their experiences are not going to be the experiences of people that you may want on the jury as a defendant. Like, if I were a defendant, I may want someone who grows up in my neighborhood, who knows what I have to do to survive in my neighborhood. I don't necessarily want the guy who went to, I don't know, some California law school and is more privileged. And there are obviously unprivileged people that go through law school, but I'm just talking about this general picture of who makes it to these like who becomes federal judges. Um, uh, it's oftentimes people that maybe they weren't privileged, but maybe they've forgotten in their time period. Since it's been, I don't know, 30 years, maybe they've been sitting on the bench
Yeah,
for.
I got you.
So I guess the question for you is: do you think there's some kind of benefit in having people that are like you on the jury?
So I agree that a panel of 12 Piscos would be horrifying, and I'm like, okay, just lock me up now. No, so 100%, I get you. That the panels of your peers, it has a purpose, right? People who may, and again, it's so theoretical because like panel of your peers. I mean, we can look at the history of criminal court cases, right? And we can see the sham, right? We can see how, like, in the oh fuck, I'm blanking. The Emmett Till case, right? You know, it was like an all white jury that says like, oh yeah, these white men definitely did not murder this kid, right? Like, and there's a million examples of this, right? Especially when it comes to race, a million examples of this. So, jury of your peers, yeah, in the best of circumstances, but oftentimes not. So, all right, there's that. And I think you can maybe split this baby, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to be a lawyer, right? So it doesn't have to be individuals like you and Pisco who have managed to get through law school, right? You could have...
Not yet. There's still half a semester. I could fail out.
Not a chance. But there could be people within communities, right, that who get some sort of stipends, right, to get some a base level, right, your legal 101, right, your legal 201, right. They get that far, they understand these things a bit better than the average public, right, and we draw on a pool of them, right. I'm spitballing off the top of my head, right, but like you could have a hybrid. I think it's not an unimaginable system.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think that's. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, and then Salter. Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think. Maybe it sounded like that because I was like advocating for the German system earlier. That I think like juries are stupid or something. I don't necessarily think juries have to be like terrible. I think having them consist of like people that are not entirely new to courtrooms and like the whole process in general. That's probably a good idea. Yeah, like I could imagine like I don't know, Pisco. Like, could you imagine just as a part of your university study, like going into like having university students or like anyone with some knowledge about legal procedure, like taking that as a pool and collecting juries from that?
I would point to the same concerns that the Merles pointed out.
Yeah, but I don't care about that.
Oh,
the thing is about that goes back to the problem of just because the defendant prefers the jury system doesn't mean it's more fair. And I think it's already the case that in America you're like over prosecuting people, so arguing for more people, like defendants being more like disadvantaged, is probably not a good idea, I guess.
Yeah, I'll answer the question in good faith. So one is I think that separate and apart from the actual merits of the trial and how effective these individual actors or institutions are going to be, I think what the Merles is drawing on is a greater societal value in, at the very least, we're pretending and society is recognizing, and there's some sense of finality to the notion of people of our peers judging the cases, separate and apart from how good of a job they actually do. Second of all, on the question of why not just draw from university students? I think it's another thing that Merle said, which is questions of law. We don't really need people to be doing that. Thanks. We have appellate court systems. Obviously there's problems in all this, and the trial judges who take first pass at this, who can decide questions of law, and who's better than the judge there and the lawyers to argue the case. There's already fully realized incentives on both sides to fully flesh out the argument. And in fact, most of the legal issues would probably be disposed of in preliminary hearings, right? If they're evidence questions, the Merles. And usually, not all of them, right? But a lot of the big evidentiary problems might be disposed of initially, and so we don't need the legal expertise or the pseudo-legal expertise of university students. And then finally, I would say, and I'm curious what the Merles would say, I don't think law school teaches you how to be a criminal lawyer or the intricacies of like evidentiary law. I don't think university or college would even do half of that. I'm coming out of law school this semester. I don't know anything about anything, and I would feel very weird being a definitive voice in terms of the law. What we need are like fact people to determine, who's telling the truth, or who do we listen to, or what mattered more. What's the value of this tort claim? I'm curious what the Merle's sort of responses are to those concerns.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it's obviously true that law school does not prepare you for those concerns. I mean, the only way that in which it does is if you actively try to seek out certain internships, externships, trial advocacy courses that would try to help you prepare for those things. So I find it difficult to see that, and even if it did, prepare you to how to prosecute a trial or defend someone or defend a corporation for dumping who knows what in a river, the reality is that I don't know if any of that prepares you for me to detect the credibility of a domestic violence victim or defendant. Like I don't know if that teaches me that, oh, do I really think that what they said is true? Like I don't think that there's no truth-telling class in law school. You don't get like the FBI furrowed brow class. That's not something that's on the schedule. At least at my law school, it wasn't.
Well, no, you go ahead.
Oh well, so I think Sotar was waiting
Sotar,
for a while.
please.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say is like, so to Prime's point, isn't this something that we need to rely heavily on what's known as trial science? Like, let's remove the TV series known as Bull. Like, let's remove that, like all of the like fiction that is Bull. But like, there is trial science out there. There is behavioral psychology that we can rely on a factual basis. Like, data can drive this in how we select judges or select a jury of our peers, I should say, not judges. But like, shouldn't we really rely on more behavioral psychology or something to that effect of like trial science if we're gonna like get the goal of what Prime is asking for?
Well, I think with juries, you have a double-edged sword. You have like the normal everyday person. I think if the law is too complicated to where the normal everyday person can't tell us what something did is right or wrong, then I don't think that person should be found guilty. And if you were on trial for something that you did that happened to be breaking the law, but you didn't know it was wrong, if the average person doesn't think that that's wrong, then I don't think you would want to be found guilty either. But the downside to that is for a more technical, if you're dealing with a money laundering, corporation case with all these, case laws and, statutes, I don't think the normal everyday person would be able to comprehend or wrap their mind around if someone was doing something wrong or not, when that person could have only been doing something wrong and breaking the law. But then the average person would say, well, I don't think that's wrong. So then they would find them not guilty. And then the same, if you use experts, I think you would have the the opposite of that. Experts would, really bat down hard on the technical cases, but then the normal everyday person, the experts would also, crack down hard on them, and you would have people who normally would be found not guilty, being held to, I wouldn't say a higher standard of the law, but just the black and white. We're going to throw the book at you because you did something that, if it was a jury trial, they would, probably would let you go.
Well, yeah, isn't that entire idea contingent on the idea that like if a person steals food in order to like propagate the survival of their family, is that something really wrong?
That's a great example because it susses out in terms of like the actual elements of the crime, unless there's some specified exception to larceny statutes or something that I'm not aware of, all the elements of the crime would be meted out. But the relevance of the motive, there's some question about whether you would even be able to introduce the motive as evidence. I'm sure because it will be prejudicial or not relevant to the crime, and maybe a relevance objection or something. But prosecutors using prosecutorial discretion, I doubt the Merles would try to prosecute that case unless it was like some other indicia of seriousness. And then when it comes to sentencing, I think it can be evolved there, and the judge might take that into account when it comes to how long a sentence is. And then of course the jurors could take it into account in the nullification context. So I think that those motives are already properly taken account of in our system through those other means. And I'd be very concerned with the system that ascribes proper motives separate and apart from the elements of the crime that are being sort of proposed.
But I kind of disagree with that because I think if it was a case just before a judge could say, you know what, like I'm like speeding. You go to court, you're guilty of speeding. The officer say you're speeding, but the judge throws it out because he uses that discretion. Oh, this was your first time, blah blah blah, and he just throws out the case.
Yeah, but there's many ways the judge could dispose of the case. It could be like,
yeah, but what I'm saying is judges exercise that discretion, but then when you have a jury trial, judge gives the jury orders that say you can't exercise the same discretion.
Depends. In terms of the harshness, some judges often have a lot of latitude in sentences. Sometimes they're prescribed by statute what they have to give, and then sometimes juries, in the context of the death penalty, I think oftentimes either have to or they.
I'm not talking about like a murder case. I'm not talking about like the lower, some lower. Where a judge would exercise discretion, the jury instructions tells the jury you have to A, then B, where a judge could say, you know what, even though I see A, I can throw this.
The jury can also be like, if there's lesser included offenses, so like let's say that your conduct might mete out some certain offense. The Merles knows more about this than I do, I'm sure.
Well,
but
it all boils down to what if isms. Don't get into this fallacy of like what if isms. Like we can always come up with some sort of argument.
Do you want a law that says larceny, except if you want to feed your family? Then
Well,
it's not
and that's what I'm saying. It's a what if ism. Don't view the whole court of. You can always come up with an excuse. No matter
we need
what.
to look at the extremes though, because otherwise our rules are just gonna break apart if we don't see where those rules break down, or we can't understand those circumstances. Then the rules we write down just don't mean anything.
I'm curious, Walter. I mean, would you be in favor of a law that said something to the effect of, these are the elements of larceny, and there's an additional element which is, or there's an affirmative defense which states if you do larceny for a good enough reason, that it's okay. Well, there's actually already some affirmative defenses like that, right? Because self-defense and necessity. Let's say that someone's putting a gun to your head and you have to steal this, right? And there are cases in which duress, right, where the law will actually make room for those kind of situations. I just think when you get into a particular motive, separate and apart from those exceptions, I think it's difficult to codify. And there's other ways that those incentives to be nice and to be sympathetic can sort of facilitate themselves and sort of be expressed.
Well, yeah, because I think that when it comes to law, there's that gray area of that what if. But it's a really dangerous situation to put yourself in because you can really what if yourself out of anything.
But the problem is there's so much that we don't know, and there are 100-year-old constitutional questions that we still don't know the answer to. I'll point you to the vice presidential influence on the electoral counting. That is a shoddy hole in our constitutional design that we still don't know the answer to. And in the look in the Massachusetts case, the texting case. Can you make out a manslaughter case or a negligent homicide case through texting and words? And the answer was yes. And so I agree with you. There's a lot of uncertainty, and we pay the price for that uncertainty.
No.
So I wanted to try to answer Soltar's previous question to me about what was it? About like using like trial science or something, right? And Nazi, have a good night. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, guys, have a good night. I'm head out. Take care.
Okay. So my focus when I'm talking about this, oftentimes it's like cases where race is involved, right? Where race plays a factor. And in terms of this, a cop, right, who has killed an African American, a white cop killed an African American. What would is it that a prosecutor is going to use quote unquote science, right, trial science to get the best jury? Or is it like I'm going to pick all the white people? I'm gonna make sure fill this up with white people, right? Specifically white men. Like that's what they're gonna do, right? Like I guess there's a science behind it, but they're just gonna use whatever they feel is like the bluntest instrument that's as advantageous as possible, right?
I think what Filter's saying is not that to replace the current system where we're not allowing prosecutors to just pick lay people, but instead to have some professional expertise or some scientific technocratic way of establishing truth. And so I think in that proposed system, you wouldn't have prosecutors picking based on certain characteristics that you find.
Well, yeah, because like in a trial science situation, like yeah, there's that whole stereotype that let's just pick an entire jury of white people, but there's still that chance at the end of the day that through trial science, like you can kind of boil down, like as a prosecutor, like you don't necessarily know if that one white person is necessarily an ally. You don't know if they're like
I think I meant to say defendant, actually.
Okay.
Like the defense attorney would want all white men. Sorry.
So trial science can manipulate either direction. Like that's the danger of trial science, is because you can really boil it down to use it either way. You can use it to make your prosecution better. You can use it to make your your defense better. But like trial science, like behavioral scientists, like they look at the situation and they try and like boil down like who is the best person for this job. And of course, you're going to have a prosecutor that's going to want a person that's going to better their prosecution. You're going to want a defendant is going to want a person that's going to better defend their argument. Like either way, but like trial science, like I really do think that like if we're going to move to the system that you were promoting,
not promoting, just exploring.
Well, not exploring. Okay, yeah. Let me clarify. Yeah, exploring. So if it's just like a system that you're exploring, like, do we not lean on that type of science a little bit heavier than what we do now?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So you mean the proposed? Yeah. Well, not proposed. On that system. Yeah. I would say so. Yeah, that would make sense, right? Not only if you have these people who have had some level of legal training, right, but also using some sort of some metrics, right? Some sort of objective metrics to try to come up with the best configuration of a jury for a certain case, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess,
Yeah, and that's the whole point of voir dire, is that voir dire is like this really weird pre-debate that prosecution and defense have, in that they're trying to pick the best people in their jury of peers that are going to represent their stance, whichever it is. Like, so if you're a prosecutor, you're going to try and find the best people that are going to, help prosecute this person. The defense is going to find the best person that's going to help defend this person. Like that's the whole idea behind this whole like trial science behavioral psychology thing.
Yeah, but I think even within that, there is room for biases, even in the objective system. And I think the best way to point to this is when they dealt with like facial recognition and using AI, because most of the images that they used to create the system were white Caucasian people. The system worked very good at identifying, white people, but it misidentified Black people at like a 5 to 6 times higher rate because there was this bias or this, inaccuracy built into the system. So you still have to be able to look out for that, even once you create this, objective system, it can still be very biased.
Well, yeah, and that's the whole idea, is that like you don't want, like, you want to try as well. I guess no, it's not really the whole idea, because like a prosecution, in my belief, is going to try and find the most biased jury that's going to believe in your side. A defendant is going to try and find the most biased jury that's going to help your side. Like it's really it's such a circumstantial thing.
So I want to give Merles the final word on this because I kind of want to. This is my day off, so but the Merles, yeah, if you give us the final word on all this, I would love to hear it.
I'll just make a comment to the last thing that was mentioned about trying to find the most biased jury. I don't really think that's accurate, to be quite honest. I mean, from everyone that I've spoken with, I mean, I we took a class in law school. I signed up for a class, jury selection, where we have like other attorneys come in and they talked about their experiences as well, civil attorneys. I just really don't think that's the case. I really think what people are trying to do, and I'll add an addendum at the end. I really think generally what people are trying to do is just find 12 people who will just listen to the argument that we have to present to them. And that isn't going to, so essentially it's more a game of excluding the people that we think aren't going to listen to us, rather than trying to include those who are going to listen to us. And I will make an addendum to that, based on something that Prime mentioned earlier, and that was the Emmett Till case, and just generally like the relationship that African Americans and other minorities have had in the jury pool. And I think that he is absolutely correct that there has been a very disgusting history in this country of excluding people based on race. And I mean, there's a reason that there are laws against it now. We find 14th Amendment laws through Batson and its progeny that prevent such type of discrimination, which attempts to rectify those things. But and that's not to say that it still doesn't occur. Even though Batson has been around for decades, it still occurs. I mean, all you have to do is look to a case that I think occurred either last year or the year before, Curtis v. Mississippi. I think Curtis Flowers v. Mississippi is the name of the case, where we still see today that there are uh, awful prosecutors who are using race and are picking and choosing based on that. So it does happen. But I would present it more to what I said earlier, that I think generally it's not about trying to find people that are biased to you. It's just trying to find people that are um, will listen to what I have to say, and what any attorney has to say, whether it's a prosecutor or a defense attorney or a civil attorney.
I would probably admit that like in different types of cases, right? Especially not high profile cases, right? That I could see definitely that being the case. That you just want to have a person with an open mind and you go from there. And in fact, in so many cases, the stakes aren't that high, right? So why would you put all that effort? Just like you want people to listen to you. So I hear what you're saying, and it makes sense.
Yeah, no, I want to believe that. Like, I really want to believe that at the end of the day, that's what the court of law wants to do. I'm just not at a standpoint right now to really believe that that's how it works.
Yeah, and I don't think I'll convince you on that. I don't think I have the ability to convince you on it, but I can just tell you what my experience has been, what the experience of everyone that I've spoken to has been, which doesn't really mean much to you or anybody else around here. This is just my personal experiences. However, I didn't want to address something that Prime just said, but I forgot what he said. It was something to do. What did you say?
I said the stakes aren't always that high profile case.
The stakes of. I would kind of counter that and say that any time, and this is maybe moral grandstanding, but any time that somebody is being convicted or possibly convicted of a crime, the stakes are high. I think that like every single case, in terms of like you're prosecuting somebody, you're putting them in prison for a period of time, those stakes are always high. But you are right that some are more higher than others.
Yeah.
Well, no, for myself as well.
Well, okay, sure, but there are cases that make or break you, and others that, like, if you're especially prosecuting in a big city dealing with a lot of drug crimes, you can just knock those out quick, and you'll forget about them the next day, right? Like there's a lot of these cases, right? Like over the course of your career, you're new to this, but like over the course of the career, I mean, in many cases, some of them are going to be bigger to you than others, and Sorry, I don't want to impugn you, so I'll leave you out of it. But it's like another prosecutor, right? It might affect how they behave, right?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, no, absolutely. The importance of it, like there are obviously going to be cases that require more time, and you may view as more important. I was just trying to say that I was just trying to combat the idea that there are cases that don't matter,
Yeah,
because
fair
I think
enough.
that the point that you're getting to like a felony, like maybe you're right. There are some cases that are kind of silly, and that you can kind of like dispose of pre-trial resolution with some type of like diversion
So
program.
that's not what I meant.
Yeah.
So I actually meant,
Yeah.
again, people with their lives on the line, right? And I get the stakes are certainly high for them. It would be high for me, right? Even if I'm a nobody, even like the papers aren't following every move of the case, right? The stakes are certainly high for me. And so in that sense, I absolutely agree with you that there's always stakes involved, right? When we're dealing with someone's freedom. So 100% get you there, right? I'm saying on the other side, as a prosecutor, right? There's obviously, if you're like there are certain cases that will make your career. There are certain cases that put you in front of the national spotlight, and depending on how things go, right, you could end up in I don't know what position you would like, but like whatever that is, that super prosecutor position, then that this is your ticket, right? And so
Galactic prosecutor.
Galactic prosecutor. There you go.
or it could be like a landmark, precedential case.
Yeah, or something like that, and that could affect your behavior. I mean, I think that's simple enough, right?
What I'll say, I think you're right. But what I'll say is this: think about if you were doing the jury selection. Do you really think that you have the capability from just the questions that you're going to ask them to determine whether like they're really going to be on your side or not? I mean, I can tell you what I can tell you what you would want to strike, right? Like depending on the side. Like, let's say you were a prosecutor and someone raised their hand. They say, "I've had 14 bad experiences with the police, and I just don't really want to trust the police." Is that something that you would want on or off the jury pool?
Off.
Yeah, and do you think that it would be fair for them to be off the jury pool?
Good question. That's a really good question, actually.
Like if somebody says, if there's an officer who testifies, I'm not going to listen to a word they say, and I'm going to just discount everything that they have to say.
Okay, that would not be fair for them to be on the jury, because at the very least you want them to be open. Now, the fact that they've had bad experiences might be reflective. Like if they didn't say that second part, but just said the first part, the fact that they've just had bad experiences, it could be reflective of how the community feels, right? Like for instance, you could have a case in which a defendant reacted in a certain way to an officer, right? So, like, say the defendant's alive, he reacted a certain way to an officer, but that is understandable if you understand the cultural context. That like you're walking down the street being a black man, right, and like regularly cops will harass you, flip up against your wall, put their hands in your pockets, right? The fact that he reacted maybe violently at that point in time, pushed an officer, right, well, like shouldn't be rise to the level of assault, but just understand that's the way things are. So that person should be on the case. But to say like I'm not going to listen, period, to the officer side of the story, then that's a different situation. Does that make sense?
No, I absolutely agree. So we can role play it out really quick. What would happen, right? So let's say they make the first statement, I've had 12 bad experiences. And let's say they make some other indication that they're kind of shaky, right? But they don't give that extreme answer that I gave earlier. At that point, like you might want to make a for cause strike, because there's two types of strikes we discussed earlier, for cause and peremptory. So you might say for cause, I'm not wasting a peremptory strike. Like this guy just isn't fit, or girl isn't fit. So at that point, what would attempt to happen is the judge or the defense attorney may get the opportunity to rehabilitate them. They might ask a question like, well, do you think that you'd be able to put those experiences aside in order to fairly judge? Or would you be able to just look at the facts of this case and put your experiences aside? Most people would probably say yes to that, even if it's not the truth. Um, so maybe at that point they say yes, and the judge denies a for-cause strike. So now you're left in this position. Well, this guy just told you, guy or girl just told you that they've had 12 bad experiences with the police. Do you peremptory strike them? Do you waste one of your 6 or 4 or 12 strikes, whatever it is? Or do you just hope that this person is just not biased?
If I'm the prosecutor, I probably would not take that chance. I would dice roll it for someone else. So, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not, so that's where you're gonna want to spend your peremptory strikes, right? Like we're not looking for like, oh, this juror right here she's a teacher, and teachers are very caring, and I want someone who's caring on this case. So she told me that she also has 12 children, and oh, she's a mother. Okay, so we got to get her on right now. Um, like that, like there's no way for me to get her on besides to not strike her,
Hmm.
right? Like you may disagree. Maybe in your for the defense attorney, you probably want to strike the guy with the with the um, with the
The MAGA
with the
hat.
12 bad experiences. Yeah,
Something, yeah.
yeah, yeah. Or you as a defense attorney, let's say we had the same exact situation, but as a defense attorney, it was, yeah, I have my entire family's law enforcement. Well, is that alone enough to strike someone? Probably not for good cause. Like, there's nothing about being law enforcement that is a cause strike. But if you were a defense attorney, are you striking him? I know someone else on here mentioned that they were strict for that reason, or they believe so. Um, like, are you gonna take the chance that the guy whose father, grandfather, that they have a line of officers dating back to the Revolutionary War? Like, is that your what you're betting on? Um, like,
Yeah, but I think that speaks to what Soltar was saying, that you want the most bias. I mean, the jury that's the most biased towards your case, and because you only have the power to exclude, and you don't have the power to, specifically include a juror, you have to do the reverse and remove the people who are most biased to the defendant's position or the opposite position. But you're still you're still trying to get the same goal in trying to find the people who are most advantageous to your side, even though you can't specifically
yeah.
carry
In
it out.
theory, that should mean if both sides strike the people that are biased against you, nobody should be
Exactly,
biased.
right? That's the idea
But
behind
I don't think it works that way.
No, but that's not the idea, because if there was someone who was biased to your side, you're not going to strike them because you want them on there.
Yeah, but the other side's probably
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
strike them.
exactly. So
Yeah, but
I'm not gonna waste my strike on it, but
Yeah,
the
yeah,
other
no, sure.
side will waste their strike on it,
Yeah,
right?
but what I'm saying is the goal isn't that your goal, you don't want a neutral. If there were, if you had a cop shooting case and there were 7 people on the jury who said that they didn't like cops, you're not going to strike any of those out because you don't want a neutral trial.
Oh,
I mean, you don't want a
yeah,
neutral
I
jury.
understand. I understand what you're asking. So I'll speak on that. So let's say there's a case where somebody says, um, yeah, let's say we're in this case and the guy says, my family are cops, and every single and whatever a cop says, I will believe it for fact. I will never disagree with what they say. They give this extreme statement. That would seem like something that would be beneficial for the prosecutor, right? However, if there's a for-cause strike for that, that's completely valid. Like, what grounds would I object on?
So, I gotta say that this has been one of the most enjoyable panels I've had in a while. Usually when panels are enjoyable, it's like super blood sportsy. We're just going at it, ripping each other's faces off. But that's not what happened here. This was a really, really interesting one. And I'm glad everyone else who jumped in. I'm really happy that you did because you all added something to this. And to the people who left, like Azzy and Sam the Human, shout out to you as well. Shout out to my main man Pisco95. Who has been our legal expert for months and months and months, and we value him. So please go give Pisco95 a follow. He's definitely worthwhile. A talented legal mind in the making. And thank you, Other Mills, for being so kind as to jump in. This has been great. I never get the chance. Who gets when do you get the chance, the average person, to talk to a prosecutor? So this is really nice to see your side of things. We hope that you come back because this has been really fantastic. I hope you enjoyed your time here.
No,
Well, yeah.
I enjoy talking. Oh, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. You can.
Well, I was gonna say, to Prime's point, I really want to thank you, the Merles, because you said that anything that you say really might not necessarily change anyone's viewpoint, but you really helped me put faith in what the prosecution wants to do. I want to thank you for that, because I have my misgivings about prosecution, but at the same time, your arguments really helped me put faith in what prosecution wants to do.
Well, thank you. That means a lot that you would say that. And what I'll say is, of course, if I'm around and I'm watching these shows, sometimes I like to tune in, like tonight. Um, and there's something I think that I would have something to say, like legally related. I would love to jump in and talk. But when it comes to the prosecution stuff, um, it's something that I really enjoy doing. I think it's a really important thing, and there is a quote from it's a case called Berger versus United States, and I would not you guys, but everyone in the audience, look it up. It's an amazing case. It's about prosecutorial misconduct and what the what an attorney, what a prosecutor is supposed to be. And I think it's something that every prosecutor needs to live up to. And if you don't mind, Prime, I can just
Please.
read it's a couple sentences.
Go ahead, please.
And it says that the United States attorney is the representative not of an ordinary party to a controversy, but of a sovereignty whose obligation to govern impartially is as compelling as its obligation to govern at all, and whose interest, therefore, in criminal prosecution is not that it shall win the case, but that justice shall be done. As such, he is a peculiar and very definite sense the servant of the law, the twofold aim of which is that guilt shall not escape or innocence suffer. He may prosecute with earnestness and vigor, indeed he should do so, but while he may strike hard blows, he is not at liberty to strike foul ones, and it is much as his duty to refrain from improper methods calculated to produce a wrongful conviction, as it is to use every legitimate means to bring about a just one. And I think that really, it's beautifully written. It's a famous Supreme Court case. Every prosecutor knows it. And that really, I think, summarizes what I'm trying to do. And I think a lot of times people have this negative opinions of what the prosecution is. It's, oh, they're just trying to throw my friend in prison. He didn't do anything wrong, or that they're just upholding decades and decades of systemic injustice. And I I will not sit up here and lie to you all that there are definitely um, there are definitely prosecutors who do bad things and wrong things. I think that most of them are just trying to do the right thing as they see fit, and what's really just best for the situation.
And please, the Merles, like live up to that, because that's a statement that like everyone hopes that the prosecution lives up to. So please live up to that, and I will forever have faith to the prosecution.
Yeah, Morales, if I'm ever facing 20 to life, I'd love for you to be my prosecutor, but of course then you'd have to recuse yourself, so all right. But no, seriously, that's fascinating. I love that. That is a beautiful written quote. Yeah, I would hope that more of our prosecutor brothers and sisters would follow that. Unfortunately, we can see that that's not the case. But I think we could have such a wider discussion about the justice system in general. We find it pretty fascinating here. We've had very long conversations with our buddy Pisco about these things. We'd love to include you in the future. So yeah, please come back. We'd love to have you. And of course, to everyone else, Purple, thank you for joining us. This is your first time as well here. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
We'd love to have you in the future.
Actually, can I ask one question?
Sure.
Did you know that if you have Amazon Prime, you can link that to your Twitch, and then you can actually sub to Prime Case for free? That's incredible, don't you think so?
I had no idea. Really?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Do that.
It seems like a program that people should just take advantage of. I mean, it's sitting right there.
Good shit, dude.
It sounds like free money. I don't know. Like I'm impartial.
And that free money is straight out of Jeff Bezos' pocket. How could it be better, dude?
How could it be? Yeah, so like as an impartial member of of the Twitch streamer community, like I think maybe you should maybe take that money and direct it.
I think that'll get a strike from me. I think you're not impartial.
Okay, well there you go. Well, there you go.
That's fine. Right. That's fine.
Okay, so I'm gonna send you off to our friend Waffles. We'll be back. Oh, thank you, VPs.
Yeah, you sold it on me. I just subscribed. There we go.
Thank you.
I was sold.
Oh yeah, Prime. Just to let you know, I'll be on the Catarana's channel tomorrow morning at 11 p.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific time, having a debate. If anyone wants to join in.
Oh wow, thank you. Okay, yeah, and thank you 6 Foot Amp for being so kind as to gift 2 hot tier 1 gift subs. You guys gonna start a hype? You're not gonna start a hype. Like that would be amazing. Then I would have to stay longer. Holy crap! I would have to entertain you somehow. But I do appreciate the great support, the strong support that we've seen today. Should I wait to see if a hype train? Should I wait? I don't know. Maybe I should just keep going. No one else has to stay. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait 5 minutes. No one else has to stay here. You gotta go. Then go. Merle, I sent you a friend request. Please.
Awesome.
Yeah, accept that friend
How
request.
do I accept that? Where do you?
Oh.
Is that on Discord?
Yeah, it's on Discord.
Oh,
If you.
okay.
At the.
My apologies.
Yeah, at the top, you'll see that. Soltar, thank you.
You motherfucker.
Thank you for the 400 bits. Now we got ourselves a hype train. We're doing it, all right, for like the 50 people who are left. Okay, we've got a hype train.
If you have any questions for me, I'd love to answer them.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't challenge me with a good time, Prime.
Sure.
Because I will show up every time.
Oh, okay. Yes. Fantastic.
Okay, I got a question for you, Maris.
How about the hype train? Go ahead.
What's up?
There's this one case. It was about these two people. They were both got arrested for having drugs in the trunk. The reason the cops stopped them, they didn't actually break the law. They didn't commit a traffic violation. So technically, the stop was not a legal stop.
Unconstitutional, yeah.
One person, their lawyer didn't raise that objection, so they got 15 years, and it was upheld in the appellate court. The other person, their lawyer did raise the objection, and that person got off. Do you think that that's fair in our judicial system?
So, do I think that's fair? That's a good question. I mean, when it comes to appellate review, and the reason that one person gets on or off or not is that if you don't raise the objection, the standard to the standard is a much more difficult one. I think it's like it's either harmless error or I forget the exact terminology, but essentially that in order to overturn it, it has to like strike it would be like an awful thing for like the judicial system as a whole. So does it seem fair? Probably not. However, I think that when we understand these standards, we have to look at it at like the macrocosm, and that if we didn't have this approach, what would happen is that on appeal, a defendant would bring, or even in civil cases, right? You would bring every single possible claim, and you would flood the appellate court system with every tiny thing that you just didn't object to beforehand.
Yeah, but I mean, but just the fact that two people for the exact like it's not even a separate case. This is the exact same crime, the exact same.
Well, it is separate cases, but yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, okay, not a separate situation. So we have two people, convicted the exact same crime. One person gets off, the other person gets 15 years, and they both did the exact same thing.
Yeah, it might be plain error is the term that I'm looking for as a side note, but yeah, no, I think that when like I said, like when I look at these issues, like yeah, it doesn't seem fair that one person could not make the objection while the other person did, and they get to benefit from that. But sometimes I think that I don't know what the alternative system is, I guess, right? Like the alternative system is that in this one instance, it doesn't seem fair, but we have to expand what you can rule on appellate proceedings, and then we would literally never get anywhere because you would just bring a billion claims that were never litigated beforehand.
But to go back to your
how about the hype train? Just to let you know, we have 2.5 minutes left on the hype train. Help it out. Let's see if we can get as high as we can. Thank you for the support so far. Even getting level 1 this late at night, it's amazing. But help it out if you can. Grab those exclusive emotes. Now's the time to jump in if you can. If you have a Prime Gaming, then jump on the train. Help out the hype train. Push it along. Throw in some bits if you got them. All right, go ahead.
Well, to go back to your quote, do you think that would be an illegal blow? The fact that there wasn't a traffic violation and the cop pulled him over anyway, which initiated this whole, and the fact that the prosecutors still prosecuted them even though technically it was an illegal stop.
So I don't think that would be prosecutorial misconduct. What they were talking about was situations where like prosecutors are like purposefully or recklessly or negligently like making bad decisions. However, I mean, an issue of whether there's reasonable suspicion to have a traffic stop. I mean, it's something that if I was charging a case, I would definitely look at is whether we have the evidence to do so. But the issue with those kinds of claims are like reasonable people can disagree on what reasonable suspicion is to have a traffic stop, right? Like there is no set in stone. Like, oh, if you think there was a traffic stop and the other one thinks there isn't an improper traffic stop, well, you're just a bad prosecutor now. If that makes sense.
Salter, thank you for the 5 hot tier 1 gift subs. We are 65% of the way there to a level 3. Level 3, can we make it? Can we make it? But thank you for the strong support so far. I really appreciate it. 65% to level 3. A minute left on the clock. But yeah, did that make sense to you, Strawberry?
I mean, the points that he pointed out, they make sense legally. I wouldn't say morally. I can't get on board, but legally, yes.
And what I'll say is this, like, there are tons of moral situations that we could construct that we could say, well, look, this is a moral right that you should be able to do this, or that you shouldn't be able to do this. But then when we like expand the system to what kind of society that we want to live in, we would say, well, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. And I think the best illustration of this would be like laws on self-defense would be maybe maybe morally, if we talk about it, maybe self-defense laws should be lowered in terms of what kind of force you should be able to respond with if someone's attacking you. However, there are other implications that just come about as like a practical reality that that you really can't take it into account when these situations actually occur. So if we're building a system that's supposed to account for these situations, like sometimes you're right. Maybe the 1 out of a million case comes out improper, but all the other ones are there.
Thanks everyone for the very short hype train, but like it all every little bit helps. So I thank every single one, like Soltar, like 6 Foot Ant, like Thesis Pieces / the Merles here, everyone, Mylin, who threw in PB Success, who helped out this hype train. Thank you so much. Okay, this is my day off. I'm going to go to bed. So I'm going to send you off to our good friend Waffles. Will be back on Monday. Come back for the reverie. It'll be great. We'll have guests and it'll be great. We'll yell. Well, then we will definitely yell at each other. None of this like getting along bullshit. No, we're going to take each other's faces off. The way God intended it to be. All right, so off you go to our good friend Waffles. She's I think she's playing piano right now. And she's very skilled. Be kind to her and follow her, please. I'm a sub to her, so you should sub too. Okay.